I'm Dan Kasper, and this is the Green and Gold Hard Count. We are getting set for Packers Cowboys Week 4, and I'm Dan Kasper, and this is What up, everybody? Good morning and happy Friday Eve. Happy Thursday, everybody. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk studios this morning. A big thanks for making us a part of your start. If you're already up and at it, whether you're listening on the radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM, online, streaming it up at sportstalk1051.com. Got your Alexa devices, just say, yo, Alexa, play WAYY video stream, also up on YouTube. Rocking and rolling here this morning. What do we have at our game plan, a little breakfast game plan for us this morning? Well, we don't know who the Brewers are playing yet because Padres picking up a win yesterday, which now forces a decisive game 3, do or die game 3. Actually, 3 of the 4 wild card series will be that way. The only one, Dodgers sweeping the Reds. So we get Phillies versus Dodgers. We know that divisional round matchup, but had the Yankees picking up a win yesterday, Guardians picking up a win. So today, we'll find out whether it will be Tigers or Guardians moving on, whether it will be Yankees or Red Sox moving on, and whether it will be the Padres or the Cubs who will face the Brewers. We know we kind of have an idea on when the Brewers will play on Saturday, though, and a lot of it depends on the Yankees and Red Sox series. So essentially, if the Yankees win, the Brewers will play at 1:08 on Saturday. If the Red Sox win, the Brewers will play at 8:08 Saturday night. So alter your schedules accordingly, depending on the results of tonight's games. So there you have it. Got a couple of ideas there. Me personally, kind of hope it's a little Saturday night game because we got baseball during the game or during the day on Saturday too. So, but we'll see how it all plays out, right? So, but speaking of Brewers, baseball, that sort of fun stuff as we inch closer and closer to the to game 1 of the divisional round series and such. I've got my reasons, but we'll kind of see what you all think. But I've got my top 3 reasons why I think the Brewers will get to the World Series. Plus my top 3 reasons why they won't get to the World Series. So, give you a little bit to think about it, maybe come up with your own reasons and such, but what do you think are the top, and you don't have to do 3, you can give me a couple or a few for each one if you'd like. I just did 3. But give me 3 reasons why you think the Brewers, or give me any reasons why you think the Brewers will get to the World Series, 3 reasons why they won't get to the World Series. So, we've got baseball chat all morning lined up for you. We are going to talk a little football. Week 5 officially kicks off tonight with the 49ers and the Rams, 2, 3-1 teams. Packers obviously not playing this weekend with their bye week, but there was a little bit of a Packers nugget yesterday from Jeremy Fowler from ESPN. He noted that the Packers kind of informally, casually having some chats, conversations about extending Romeo Doubs. And, I mean, this is obviously coming off of his 3-touchdown night against the Dallas Cowboys. But what are your thoughts on that, Packers fans? I mean, we already know they extended Christian Watson for a year. Doubs won't be cheap, I would imagine. They draft Matthew Golden in the first round. They've got Jaden Reed. Dontavian Wicks is on the roster as well. what kind of goes through your mind thinking, man, Romeo Doubs? I mean, me right now, I guess it would make sense. Obviously, Jordan Love and Romeo Doubs have a close relationship on and off the field. I mean, he sure looks like he's their number one guy. Safety nets, that's that sort of thing. But money wise too. I mean, is there at least? I got to imagine if they can meet at a certain dollar amount that the Packers are comfortable with and such. I guess for me too, it's not a surprise that right now maybe Green Bay's talking about this because they're probably hoping to maybe get a cheaper deal out of it. Otherwise, if this kind of continues and gets later in the season and such and into the offseason, I would imagine it's probably going to be a lot more. But I mean, we've seen Green Bay do this before with wide receiver contracts like a Jordy, like a Devontae, in their first contracts, kind of getting it done in season before potential free agents. And by the time, you get to the open market, those prices go up a little bit higher. So I could I could see why Green Bay's maybe doing this right now because hoping to maybe get a bargain at that point. But, if let's say they do re-sign Dobbs, who's the odd man out? I think it's probably Dontavian Wicks at this point, right? So, but we'll see how it plays out. Does it sound like, at least to Jeremy Fowler, does it sound like it's, you know, deep into negotiations? I mean, the word out there is cursory talks. So very kind of informal, casual chats about it. So, uh, also speaking of a little green and gold here, I want to throw this question out there. There's a really interesting piece, and the basis of this question that I'm going to throw out there, the basis of this topic that I'm going to throw out there is from a piece from Tom Silverstein, who's covered the Packers for a long time, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. And he writes this piece called Time for Jeff Hafley to explore more ways for Micah Parsons to lift the Packers defense. And so I read it this morning. It just dropped earlier this morning. So I was reading it a little bit. And I'm like, you know what? Let's make this into a segment. Do you think, Packers fans, do you think the Packers need to do a better job of helping Micah Parsons? Now, I know that might be like helping Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons has been doing a lot of good stuff right now and such. But we'll get to it a little bit later on. But essentially, where I'm coming at with this is, do you think maybe, hey, move him around a little bit more? Hey, put him in situations where he's not constantly double teamed. Figure that out. I mean, offensive lines and any opposing offense is probably going to, key on him. And I mean, we are seeing the benefits from a Rashawn Gary and such, who's still, half a sack off the league tops for most sacks in the season. But do you think the Packers have to try to figure out a way to help out Parsons a little bit more so maybe he's not double teamed as much, or try to create scenarios where it's a little bit, I don't know if this is the right word to say, easier for him to get after the quarterback? Now, I know Cincinnati's coming up next weekend and their offensive line stinks and backup quarterback and such. So Hafley might be content in just rushing four and dropping everybody back in that. But it's kind of an interesting thought because, I mean, we've seen the first few weeks in that. And, Parsons is up there in terms of league leaders and pressures and that. So, I mean, he's still getting after the quarterback. But do they need to do a little bit better job to maybe help Micah Parsons? We're going to go through that coming up a little bit later on here. Kind of an informal poll question for this Thursday morning. But just kind of also, it's a bye week for the Packers. We haven't had a Brewers game this week. We're still waiting to see who they play. So kind of a fun topic here. Little barstool banter, if you will. Of these three teams, and make the case why. But of these three teams, which team are you the most confident you personally, most confident that will advance the furthest in their current season or upcoming season? Milwaukee in the postseason right now, Bucks preseason getting set, or the Packers right now currently getting ready for the second quarter of this season? Which of these three, the big three, sorry, Badger football, you didn't make the cut. But which of these three, who are, two are still in their seasons, one's in a postseason, one's just, a few weeks into the regular season. Bucks are going to be getting going here in a couple weeks here for the regular season. Which of those three are you the most confident will advance the furthest? I mean, the Bucks, you look at it, Eastern Conference, it's banged up. Tatum's out, Halliburton's out, Celtics maybe kind of retooling here a little bit, but still you got Brown and some talented players over there too. Orlando made some moves in the offseason. You still have the Knicks, Cavaliers. But hey, you still got Giannis for this year. You bring in Miles Turner. Is it enough? Do you think that? And I'm not necessarily asking who you think is going to win the championship first. I'm just asking, who are you the most confident in that they will advance the furthest? So, Bucks one's some of the reasons I just laid out there. Brewers, obviously in the postseason right now, but how far will they advance in the postseason? You got some potentially tough opponents, whether it's the Padres or the Cubs. It's going to be a tough opponent in the divisional series. Brewers have a losing record between those two teams from this season. Obviously, they played the Cubs a little bit more, but still under 500 record against both those opponents. And if the Brewers do advance, I mean, you're going to be playing against the Dodgers or Phillies. So, I mean, it's going to be a tough road. Packers, first 2 weeks, awesome. Last 2 weeks, will it all come together? We know they got a ton of talent, still high expectations. Lions look like the cream of the crop in the NFC North right now. Still got the Eagles who are undefeated. So, again, it's not necessarily a question on who do you think is going to win a championship first. It's who do you think will advance the furthest in their seasons. Brewers obviously still in the they are in the postseason, but maybe you don't think they'll get past the divisional series. Think about that for a little bit and let me know. Kind of informal little bar stool conversation, if you will. I want to talk a little bit about this Big Ten news that came out yesterday. The Big Ten apparently is contemplating a $2 billion private equity deal. The conference is apparently mulling over a massive investment offers from private capital funds. So essentially, reading a little bit here from CBS Sports, the Big Ten is contemplating an enormous equity deal, upwards of $2 billion. The deal would also extend the Big Ten's grant of rights until 2046, but it may take some convincing to get Michigan and Ohio State on board. If the deal does come to fruition, the extension of the grant of rights would be a setback for those hoping to form super leagues in college sports. The issue is that Michigan and Ohio State may not be as open to the private equity deal as other member institutions. Why? Well, Michigan and Ohio State already get a lot of money, right? They kind of get a lot of money. But according to ESPN, the deal would be based around the formation of a private commercial entity within the conference called Big Ten Enterprises. The league's commercial interests would then be divided up into 20 parts, with each of the 18 member schools, the league itself, and the private equity firm each getting a share. Another example of college sports turning into big money business, right? Also, we'll chat with Eric Balkman. He's coming up at 9:05, our fantasy football expert. So if you have any fantasy football questions for your Week 5 lineup, send those on over right now. Text it to me on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Also, if you got any outdoor questions for our DNR warden buddy, Mr. Jake Boakes, he'll be coming up at 8:30. Text those on over too. And don't forget to get your picks in for our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge through our website. So as you can tell, we got a big game plan for us this morning. Some fun conversations this morning, but I want to hear from you. All right. Give me your analysis, give me your input, give me your comments. Okay? Don't be shy. Send them on over. Or, text it, YouTube it, social media it. It don't matter. Send it on over. I want to hear from you. Let's take our first break, and then we'll get the leadoff going here this morning. All right. Little baseball talk, playoff baseball talk, football talk. It's going to be a good Thursday. Stick around. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. When it comes to flooring, homeowners in the Chippewa Valley trust Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable tile and luxury vinyl planks, Carpet City Flooring Center offers a wide selection of high-quality flooring options to fit any style and budget. Customers appreciate their knowledgeable staff, expert advice, and professional installation, making the process smooth from start to finish. Locally owned and operated, Carpet City Flooring Center understands the needs of Wisconsin homes and takes pride in delivering personal hometown service. One room to the whole house or maybe the whole business, right? I mean, because they help out businesses too. Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire has it covered from the floor up. You can check out their website, carpetcitywi.com, or stop by their store, 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire. Quick text, Brandon G here. I think Halfley needs to keep moving Parsons around, knowing he's going to get doubled, and use Walker Cooper more with some blitz packages and help that secondary. They will get rid of the ball quickly and come up and tackle. And that's kind of a little bit of what Tom Silverstein's piece on you can check it out on PackersNews.com, Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. And there's a good, I think, portion of this. I'm not going to read the whole thing. But as Tom noted, quote, but the NFL isn't static. And as Halfley found out against the Cowboys, if you aren't willing to move some pieces around week to week, your opponent is going to find a way to negate your strength. The Cowboys had a marvelous game plan that put a heap of responsibility on quarterback Dak Prescott to change plays at the line of scrimmage and get the ball out of his hands quickly. And, it goes in to talk about essentially where Parsons has been lined up and such. And Parsons, apparently too said after the game that, he wants to have a one-on-one with Halfley just so, get to know each other a little bit more. He said, quote, we're still new together. I wish we had training camp together so we could have had some things in by now to really expand on how good we can be together. We were just sitting together talking 10 to 15 minutes post-game. I said, I want to meet with you one-on-one. It's the same thing I used to do with Zimmer, same thing I did with Dan Quinn, just about what he sees, what I see. I'll take my personal time so we can build that relationship together. It's something that we hope throughout this bye week we could come back and work more together. And I think that is one thing, too, that maybe a lot of us, fans and others, we have to put that into context, or not context, but we also have to kind of realize that they're still fairly new, right? I mean, it's been a whirlwind month, few weeks, and still kind of getting used to each other, trying to figure out the best ways to maybe utilize a guy like Micah Parsons. And that's the question I kind of threw out there is like, do the Packers have to help out Micah Parsons more? And in turn, if that helps out Micah Parsons more, it would help out the defense more, make the defense even more dangerous, better. And I think, what Micah Parsons does, more so than I think a lot of other defensive players, is really when you look at Micah Parsons, the guy can line up in different parts of the field. He's not just, I think it's a disservice. I think it's a disservice to utilize Micah Parsons strictly as a defensive end. Whether it's on the right side or the left side, I think it's kind of a disservice to strictly line him up as a defensive end. Because throughout his career, even back to his college days, Parsons can play any position along the front seven. You go back to Penn State, he was a stand-up linebacker over there. And when he was drafted by the Cowboys and Dan Quinn was over there, he lined up all over the field in Dan Quinn's system. He's, I was reading a little bit too from Silverstein's article. Parsons has lined up as an inside linebacker just 3 times in 119 snaps rushing the passer. He's lined up in the middle in a six-man front just twice. He's lined up with linebackers Quay Walker and Edrin Cooper on the outside of him, but he's lined up with Gary next to him only once. Hafley has run several different stunts with Parsons, but mostly he rushes him up the field from one side or the other. Again, it's not necessarily a bad thing, but I think it's almost you want to get the most out of the guy, right? And you don't want to necessarily pigeonhole Parsons into just a defensive end. And I'm not trying to paint this picture saying Hafley's doing an awful job with Parsons. I do think a lot of it is just, okay, bringing him on in. We got him a week before the start of the season. Let's bring him on in. Let's try to trying to figure out that role and still trying to get used to each other. I think eventually it will happen. I think eventually you are going to see Parsons being utilized more or in different ways along the defensive line. He's still going to play defensive end. He's probably going to be lined up a little bit more, coming up the middle, all over the field. And I think that's what's going to make it more difficult for opposing offenses of offensive line then to prepare for a guy like Micah Parsons, because that's what you want to do as a defensive coordinator when you got a guy like Micah Parsons. You don't want to make it so predictable on where he's always going to be or what his role is going to be on that defense. If you can move him around, a guy like Micah Parsons, and make him a little bit more, I guess, unpredictable in what he's going to do or where he's going to line up, it's going to confuse offenses. It's going to confuse the offensive line. It may confuse the quarterback. And you would think it would lead to more big-time plays, sacks, et cetera, et cetera. And I hope, and I don't know if a bye week will instantly change everything, like do a complete 180 in that, but it'll take a big step. I would imagine it's going to be a big step. And as the season progresses and such, I think we are going to see Micah Parsons being utilized all across the board on the defensive side. And I think that's something that Green Bay does have to do and has to continue to do throughout the entire season. Hafley said too, we're all learning, and it's been helpful because we see what he does in games. We see what he's good at. We kind of been building off of that, and the players too working together. I'll give you an example. There was a pressure that we ran when he was set up to run with another player where he just went so fast, and he's so fast that really looking back at it, it wasn't the right spot to put him in. So on that call, we've learned something with him. It's better to let him do something else on that because of how fast he did it. Again, learning what Parsons. It's one thing to maybe kind of watch film on that, but then to actually put him in your system and in certain plays, and you're like, oh, yeah, that probably didn't work out, or probably that's not the best way to utilize him. I think, we just want these immediate results and such, and it'll get there. I'm confident it'll get there. And that's the other, I think, exciting part, at least for me, and maybe it should be for other Packers fans, is to see the progression of Parsons within this defense and to see the different ways that Hafley is going to utilize him. And I agree, you've got fast linebackers like a Quay and an Edrin Cooper. You throw in a Rashawn Gary, you throw in a Lucas Van Ness, and hopefully, Devontae Wyatt will be back and that knee injury is not going to affect him. But you've got a unique front seven of fast defensive pass rushers, linebackers that you have the ability, I would think, to keep offenses guessing, confusing the offensive line, confusing the quarterback. I just hope it continues to progress that way. And I would have to imagine that this bye week for Green Bay, for Jeff Hafley specifically, and for Covington, the defensive line coach, and the entire defensive staff, a lot of that time that they're using for this bye week is probably going to assess the first 4 weeks of where they've played Parsons, what they've asked him to do, how they've utilized him. Be like, okay, what worked? What hasn't worked? What should we do next? How can we go forward with this? How can we make our defense even better? Because as Silverstein noted in his piece too, offenses are going to look at what the Cowboys did. It's a copycat league. Offenses are going to look at what the Cowboys did and be like, okay, can we replicate that? Is that the way to attack this Packers defense? And on the Packers side of things, they know that too. They're going to look at that and be like, okay, what do we got to do different now so that doesn't happen again? And I think one way of doing that is utilizing Micah Parsons in multiple different ways to try to confuse opponents, to try to confuse everybody, keep everybody guessing. They've got the guys to do that. I believe they've got the guys to do that on their front seven. A big key will, though, be the health of Devontae Wyatt. If Devontae Wyatt is in there, Rashawn Gary's there, and Parsons is there, and Cooper and Walker are there, they've got the guys in the front seven to do a bunch of unique, special things on that front. So, going back to the question, do the Packers, in my opinion, need to do a better job of helping Parsons? Yeah, I do. I think they do. And I think a better job of helping Parsons is moving around, putting him in a position to succeed, not continuously lining him up at end so opposing offensive lines can just sit there and double team him. And I think that'll come. I think that'll come as they get more familiar with each other, as they kind of, feel it out. I think that will come. And there might be times too where it's like, okay, you see this sort of front. It looks like maybe Parsons is going to come on a blitz. But hey, maybe they fake him out and it's Edgerrin Cooper coming on a blitz. We know Cooper and Walker can get to the quarterback. We saw Cooper do it a lot last year. Both those guys have amazing speed at the linebacker position. I have confidence that they're going to. It'll come. So I really hope that there's not, there's always going to be a few, but I really hope that there's not a large contingency of Packers fans out there that are jumping off the defensive ship right now based off of, second half of the Cowboys game. I really hope they're not like, oh, same stuff. Here we go. Not a good defense. Bought into it. Should have known better. Just the same stuff every single year. Don't. All right? Stay on the ship a little bit more. Because if you're jumping on, I'm not going to reel you in on a life life vest or the whatever the circle. I'm just blanking on that name now. You can stay off the ship. I'm confident it'll come. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll have more. Continue to send me your thoughts, though. 715-830-1912. Romeo Doubs. Could he actually be in Green Bay for the foreseeable future? Let's chat about that. Deer season in Wisconsin isn't just a hobby, it's a tradition. And for hunters who take it seriously, there's one stop that's been trusted year after year. That's Tilden Gun. From rifles and scopes to ammo and accessories, Tilden Gun has what hunters need to get ready for the woods. No gimmicks, no guesswork, just solid gear, fair prices, and honest advice from folks who know hunting because they live it. Whether someone's maybe looking for a new scope, stocking up on some ammo, or finally upgrading that old rifle, Tilden Gun helps hunters gear up with confidence. With a wide selection, dependable brands, and a staff that actually knows what they're talking about, Tilden Gun is where Wisconsin hunters go when they want to do it right. So before the season begins, right? I know we got the youth one coming up already next week. November's the big one there. Make sure you stop at Tilden Gun. You can check them out at tildengun.com or visit the shop at 12427 98th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. Could Romeo Doubs be in Green Bay for the foreseeable future? It sure seemed like that. You factor in the draft, Green Bay, first round pick, Matthew Golden, Savion Williams, a third round pick. After that, it was like, all right, Watson and Doubs maybe on notice. Then Christian Watson signs a 1-year extension as he's working his way back from an ACL injury. And it's like, oh, that really maybe paints the picture that Romeo Doubs won't be back next year for the Pack. Maybe pump the brakes just a little bit, slightly. Jeremy Fowler from ESPN saying that the Packers have actually had cursory talks about a contract extension. As he noted too, Doubs staying in Green Bay past 2025 is at least a possibility. Now, it's not going to be cheap. All right. It's not going to be cheap. And we know the salary cap restraints that Green Bay's going to be having next year. It's going to be up there. Right? It's already tight for next year. So it's not going to be cheap. I'm not surprised that Green Bay's at least looking at this right now because this fits a kind of a typical thing from over the years for Green Bay. I mean, Devontae Adams' first contract with Green Bay. Remember, it happened right before the end of the season. And he signed that, and I remember we specifically were talking about it because when it got to the offseason, the receiver market exploded. And I think that was Ted Thompson's final year as a general manager because we were saying Ted Thompson's parting gift was locking up Devontae Adams. It was kind of fairly cheap considering what the wide receiver market looked like in the open market. They did it similar with Jordy Nelson, was an in-season extension and such. So it makes sense that Green Bay's at least having these cursory talks, having these conversations right now, because if they feel like they can get it at a bargain, I'm sure they would be open to that. I still don't think it's going to happen, though. And a lot of it is going to be dependent upon Romeo Doubs. Does Romeo Doubs want to continue to bet on himself? Does he want to continue like, hey, I want to play this season out. I feel like I could get more money on the open market if I continue to play the season out, if I continue to rack up some touchdown catches and such. I mean, he's got 4 of them this year so far. Not a ton of yards in his games, just 179. But I feel like if Doubs continues down his path and he hits the open market, he probably would get a bigger contract elsewhere than maybe what Green Bay is going to offer him. But we know the relationship he has with Jordan Love on and off the field. Does that factor into it at all with him? Who knows? But it's something that at least that's maybe on the table. On a 1 through 10 scale, confidence level that I think Doubs is going to be back in Green Bay for the foreseeable future. 10 saying signed, sealed, delivered. 1 being no chance. Probably at a 4. I just don't see the money working out. Would I be opposed to it? No, not at all. I just because if you do sign Dobbs to an extension, who is the odd man out? It's not Matthew Golden. You got Christian Watson for at least another year. Maybe the thinking is, all right, we'll have Watson for a year. Dobbs contract, it'll be a little light in the front, and then maybe they don't plan on keeping Watson after the year. That's getting kind of a little bit in the weeds and far-fetched, but, I mean, it's not gonna be Watson right away. It's not gonna be Savion Williams. I don't think it'll be Jaden Reed. So, I mean, then you're talking about, is it Dontavian Wicks? Potentially. Maybe. Possibly. To me, that would be the odd man out. And I don't know if they're ready to move on from Dontavian Wicks. So, you can look at different examples, and I feel like we've talked about this for a lot of different wide receivers when they move on from Green Bay. It's not always, you know, greener on that side of the pasture, going to a different quarterback and not having the same amount of, success. Devontae, the exception, because I think Devontae is just supremely talented. And, you look at Devontae too outside. Yeah, he's played with some better quarterbacks than maybe some other receivers who have moved on and such, like Greg Jennings and that. I just feel like it's going to be a money thing, and I do not fault Romeo Doubs. If he looks at that, he's like, you know what, I want to bet on myself. I don't fault him at all for leaving and getting a bigger payday elsewhere. I just don't. I mean, it is what it is. A lot of people would do the same thing. If he wants comfortability, maybe, sharing the role, and doesn't matter if he's like a number 1 or even a number 2 guy. It's a collective effort. All right. And money's not a big thing for him. All right. Then go ahead and sign that deal. But it's a business. It's a straight up business decision. And if he wants to go where the money goes, wants to bet on himself, I don't fault him at all. All right, let's take our final break for this hour. Coming up next hour, we're going to talk a little baseball. I've got my 3 reasons why the Brewers will advance the World Series and 3 reasons why they won't advance the World Series. Also, don't forget to chime in on this kind of informal poll question. It is not who you think will win the championship first, or win a championship first. It is, who are you the most confident in? If you had to put some chips in the middle of the table, make a bet, you had to pick one. Which team are you the most confident that will advance the furthest in their respective seasons? Bucks, yeah, Eastern Conference a little bit banged up with the Celtics and the Pacers. Jason Tatum's out. Tyrese Halliburton's out. But Orlando's made moves. You still got the Knicks. You got Cleveland. Still got Giannis, though, and now you're bringing on Miles Turner. Is it the Bucks that you think will advance the furthest? Is it the Brewers? We already know they're in the postseason. But they got tough opponents, whether it's going to be the Padres or the Cubs. And then waiting after that would be Phillies or Dodgers. So we already know it's the postseason. That's the start. So if you're like, I don't think the Bucks are going to make the postseason, well, then you're at the Brewers probably. Or is it the Packers? Will it all kind of come together? Which one do you think? Again, it's not who you think will win a championship first, but advance the furthest. Because I think all 3, we would agree. Bare minimum, and obviously the Brewers are already there, but I think all 3, Bucks, Packers, you throw that in there, they're high expectations. Bare minimum is playoffs. Do you think the Bucks will advance further than the Brewers? Do you think the Packers will advance further than the Brewers? It's essentially where it's coming down to. And also, don't forget to send me those fantasy football questions for Eric. All right, we got to take a quick break, and we'll wrap up the first hour coming up after these quick words. VFW Post 305 in Eau Claire is the place where good food, live music, and great times come together. From casual dinners with friends to packed nights with local bands, there's always something happening at the VFW Post 305. Kitchen is serving up some delicious meals, the drinks are cold, and the atmosphere is welcoming. Whether it's a night out, a community event, or just a place to relax, VFW Post 305 has it all. Visit them today at 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. Just a couple minutes to the top of the hour here. So, again, coming up next hour, we'll talk some Brewers. My top 3 reasons why the Brewers will advance to the World Series. My 3 reasons why they won't get there. And I want to throw it back to you. Give me a couple reasons or a reason for each side. Why do you think the Brewers will advance to the World Series? And why do you not think they would advance to the World Series? All right. Let me know. Hit me up with that text at 715-830-1912 on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line. Or you can comment on the video stream on YouTube or hit us up on the socials. So we'll talk some baseball coming up next hour, as we don't know yet who the Brewers will play, because we'll find out today. The Padres winning yesterday, setting up a do or die scenario between the Brewers or between the Cubs and the Padres. Also, don't forget to send me your fantasy football lineup questions. Eric Balkman will be joining us just past 9 o'clock. Before that, our DNR warden buddy Jake will also be joining us. So if you have any hunting, fishing questions, please send those over now so we can get those to Jake. Also, I do want to talk a little bit about this Big Ten equity deal. What does it mean for college sports? What does it mean for the Big Ten? Who's not in favor of it in the conference? Probably not a big surprise on a couple teams who are not in favor of it. So, but we'll also hit that up coming up a little bit later on. And we'll get back to some more Packers chat too. We spent the first hour talking about Micah Parsons and a little bit of Romeo Doubs and such. So, bye week continuing on and such. We'll try to get back to a little Packers talk later on. Don't forget to get your picks in for our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge. Week 5 officially kicks off tonight with the 49ers taking on the Rams. So you want to get those picks in so you don't miss out on one. You already know the drill. Go to our website, sportstalk1051.com. Click on that Fan Cave tab. Scroll all the way down to the bottom, sign in, and get those picks in. And don't forget to get your Survivor picks in, too, if you are a part of that league contest. Surveyor says, I'm saying Packers and Brewers go all the way. Why not? They both have the ability to do so with the talent to back it up. Let's have some faith. Eli says, give me the Brewers. They're taking it all the way home for Uke. All right. Get those coming. Which of the big 3? Sorry, Badger football did not make the cut. Which of the big 3 are you most confident in will advance the furthest? Brewers, Bucks, Packers. One in. We still got a couple more hours to go. Hang out with us. All right. I want to hear you. I want to hear from you. Send me your thoughts, your analysis, your comments. We'll be back after these news updates. Check it out. Everybody. We appreciate you hanging out with us, making us a part of your start to the workday. Coming up in a couple hours, we'll chat some fantasy football. If you need help with your Week 5 fantasy football lineups, Mr. Eric Balkman will be hopping on and answering your questions. So text them on over right now to that Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. Also, if you have any hunting, fishing, outdoor-related questions for Mr. Jake Vokes, DNR Warden for the state of Wisconsin, he will be on at 8:30 to help you answer those. So please send those on over right now. We'll get back to a little football talk. We spent the first hour talking some green and gold with a little Micah Parsons chat and a little Romeo Doubs chat. So we'll try to get back to that a little bit later on. I do want to talk a little bit about this Big Ten equity deal coming up a little bit, probably a little later on this hour as well. Let's do a little throwback Thursday to kick off the second hour. Just a couple of notes. 1920, the Reds and the Pirates played the only triple header in baseball history. Think about that, triple header, crying out loud. The Reds won the first two games. Pirates won the third one. And it was 1948, the first automobile race to use asphalt. Cement and dirt roads took place in Watkins Glen in New York. It was the first road race in the U.S. following World War II. So, little throwback Thursday coming at you. Baseball playoffs, wild card will wrap up today. 3 of the 4 wild card matchups are going to that decisive game 3. Alone was the Dodgers sweeping the Reds. But with wins from Cleveland yesterday, the Padres yesterday, and the Yankees in it was a thrilling game. We now get 3 must-win games, do-or-die situations. So we don't know when the Brewers will play, who the Brewers will play, but we do have an idea of when the Brewers will play. So kind of keep this in the back of your mind. Now, we'll find out officially today, but if you're trying to plan your Saturday around this, it's kind of a big gap between things. If the Yankees win tonight, the Brewers will play at 1:08 on Saturday afternoon. If the Red Sox win, the Brewers will play at 8:08 Saturday nights. 7-hour difference between them. So just passing it along. We'll find out officially tonight. And yeah, it's going to be tonight because, of course, what's the last game on the schedule for tonight? It's Boston and New York, and that's at 7:00. So it's going to be later tonight. We'll find out who the Brewers play first. Time-wise, we're not going to know until later. So, but looking at these, I mean, who doesn't love a do or die? These game 3s are essentially game 7s. It's the same thing. And man, I'm looking specifically at the Padres and the Cubs game. You got Darvish going for the Padres against his former club. Then you got Jameson going for the Cubbies here. Come on now. This is what it's all about, right? I put up a poll question. We've kind of talked about it a little bit off and on. Our post Vladimir 715 Speaks poll question last night on the Sports Talk Facebook page. And just essentially asked Brewers fans, who would you rather see the team play in the NLDS? And right now, 21% of you said you want to face the Cubs. 26% of you said Padres. 53% of you said bring them all on. I like the confidence, Brewers fans. There you go. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Bring them all on. I like it. I've got my top 3 reasons why the Brewers will advance to the World Series and my 3 reasons why they won't. But I wanna ask you before I get to mine, give you a few minutes yet. You don't have to do 3. You can give me a couple or just 1. Give me a reason why they will advance to the World Series and give me a reason why they won't advance to the World Series. I think one of the biggest questions for this Brewers team as we get set for the postseason here coming up in a couple days. And we can point to a lot of different questions here, but one intriguing question I think is going to be, we've talked about it off and on, but where does a guy like Jacob Misiorowski fit? Where does he fit? And the piece again by Adam McCulvey from Brewers.com says, where does Miz fit in the Brewers NLDS plans? And he noted in there that based on conversations with Brewers officials and coaches, Misiorowski does fit somewhere, and they all expect him to be included on the NLDS roster when it is released on Saturday morning. And again, I mean, you talk about a whirlwind of a season for Jacob Misiorowski. The fact that right now we're talking about, is he actually going to be on the roster? And you rewind it back to July. And I remember we did a poll question on this. It was after his second start, I think. We put out there, who do you want on the mound right away? If you had a must-win game between these two pitchers, who do you want on the mound? It wasn't even close. It was like 85 to 90% of the voters said Misiorowski over Freddie Peralta. Guarantee we ask that now, it is completely on the other side. It is just, and I think Misiorowski is a guy right now that he needs the offseason. And I think it's just been a lot. I think it's been a lot put on his shoulders. It has been a whirlwind. You begin the year in AAA, and you had a lot of expectations and such already in AAA. We knew. I think we had a pretty good idea. We were going to see Misiorowski at some point this year. I mean, last year at the back end, there was some talk that he be called up and maybe be a bullpen option come postseason time. That didn't happen. So we, I think, had a really good idea that, okay, we're probably going to see Misiorowski at some point. We did. And he came in just hot, right? Absolutely hot. And setting the world on fire, gets the All-Star game. He gets talks for Rookie of the Year, and things kind of, that was, if that was the peak, things kind of went downhill after that. Right? Things went down the hill after that. And this has just been I think just a whirlwind of a season for Misiorowski where the guy just needs the All-Star break now. Or not the All-Star break, the offseason, excuse me. He just needs this offseason to maybe clear his head and get away from baseball here a little bit. Now, he needs to still obviously be a contributor for this ball club for the postseason and such. I guess where I'm getting at is I'm not ready, or I hope nobody is sitting there saying, shut the door on Misiorowski, and we were all, fooled or anything like that from what we saw at the beginning of the year. Kind of the same stuff with people talking about the Packers here a little bit. Oh, yep, crowned them too early. They stink. They're not that good. I don't know if there's a lot of Brewers fans thinking that, but when we get to the postseason here coming up on Saturday, I think it is going to be kind of a question mark. Where does the Miz fit in this? Like, how much confidence do you have? How much confidence does Pat Murphy have in putting Mizorowski in certain situations in these games? Is he gonna be a guy that they're just gonna throw in there when you need somebody to eat up innings, whether it's because you have a huge lead or maybe because you're down by a lot? I mean, can you put him in a tight situation with runners in scoring position and maybe 1 out or nobody out? I mean, we saw that test against the Reds, and it didn't go that great for the for the Miz. Like, what situation do you put him in? I mean, as because in the piece from Adam McAuliffe too, as Jim Henderson noted, assistant, coach, you know, 103 checks, 103 miles per hour checks. That's a hard pitch to hit at times. Not many people can do that. If you were watching the Padres and Cubs game yesterday and you saw Miller doing like 104, it's like, geez. Thing is with the Miz, he's gotta hit on that location. He's gotta have the control with it. And for Mizorowski, I think he's got the good rut mindset. Wherever they put me, wherever they put me. And that's the mind. I mean, he knows it. If he would have continued in the second half after the All-Star break to pitch at an incredibly high level, he's probably in the rotation, or at least he's in the conversation of that. But right now, he's that guy that's gonna be coming out of the bullpen. It's just the question now is, what situations can you put him in there? Where's or maybe better yet, where's the confidence level when you make that call to the pen for Mizorowski? Because I'll be honest, if when that time comes, depending on the situation, if it's a tight game or there's runners on the net, I would I would be nervous. But I'm glad that, you go back to last week and Murphy put him in that situation where bases were loaded. Give him an experience coming out of the bullpen in a situation like that. I thought Murphy had, the right answer comment when asked about it after the Reds game when he said, quote, "Some people say, 'Why would you do that? Put him in a clean inning, give him a soft landing.' But what part of the playoffs is going to be a soft landing? Even if it's a clean inning, right? There's no soft landing. So I made the decision to move that way." It didn't work, but experience experience for Mizorowski, but also, all right, Murphy kinda saw it. Will it factor into some decision making when it comes to the postseason? Possibly. And it's gonna be interesting to see where they decide to use Mizorowski once things get going here. Alright, so what are my reasons? These are just mine, okay? These are just mine. But what are your reasons why you think the Brewers will advance to the World Series? What are your reasons why they won't advance to the World Series? Let's go through some of those, but first, we gotta take a quick break, and we'll be back after these quick words. When it comes to groceries, meals, and convenience, families in Eau Claire count on Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. From fresh produce and quality meats to ready-made meals and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee has everything shoppers need all in one stop. Friendly service, great selection, and weekly deals that help stretch the budget. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes shopping simple. Hy-Vee, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. And don't forget, when you go visit Hy-Vee and do your shopping, grab yourself a six-pack of Man Cave Light, especially for some Milwaukee playoff baseball this weekend, and grab yourself some Dan Good burgers while you're at it too. All right. So, as Mark, excuse me, as Mark says, we need Cubs and Padres to play about 20 innings today and burn up some pitching. I would agree. Burn them up. Use them up. Go the distance and use up a lot of those arms. Absolutely. Jordan says reasons the Brewers win the World Series: pitching, lineup solid 1 through 9, Euchre magic. Reasons they don't: youth, inexperience, lack of power, injuries. Yeah, I can get on board with all those. I've got my 3 reasons. So I'll start off. I'll start with the negatives first, because most of us, unless you're a Cubs or Twins fan, and just if you're a Twins fan, you really hate the Brewers, or you're a Cardinals fan too. I'll start with the reasons why they won't go in the World Series. Again, these are just my opinions, but everybody says it, so it's number one. They don't hit home runs. They hit home runs, but maybe not to the level that people kind of expect playoff teams, World Series contenders, and such to do. Do they hit home runs to the level of the Dodgers or the Phillies? No, they don't. Okay. So that's the debate. That's the conversation, is teams in the postseason got to be able to hit home runs, swing of the bats. One swing of the bat can change things, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So if that is truthfully the case, and that's going to hold a team back from getting to the World Series this year, then okay, we got to put it on there. They don't hit home runs at the pace of like a Dodgers or a Phillies team. They don't. Number 2 for me, I'm going to go now. After I say it, don't freak out. Let me explain here a little bit. But number 2, I'm going to go starting pitching, based off of, I'm going to assume we're not going to see Brandon Woodruff in the postseason. Okay. And I look at starting pitching. Freddie Peralta's had a great season. Very great season. What's the knock on him? It's, can he go deep into games? So I'm assuming we are going to have, after a Freddie Peralta game, bullpen's going to be used after that. Now, the benefit of that, though, is they do have arms in that bullpen that are former starters, so they could eat up a couple of innings. You can keep them out there for a couple innings if they're wheeling and dealing. So that does help alleviate that. But Quinn Priester, for as good as he has been all season long, first postseason experience, a little bit unknown. Quintana, veteran, he's been there. So you got that. But I don't think I'm off in saying I'd feel a lot better if Brandon Woodruff was also a part of this rotation. I think it's set up with the off days and such where maybe the Brewers could get by with using only 3, and then, if they have to do a 4-starter, they could kind of do a bullpen start there. But I'm still a little nervous. Okay? Maybe that's just me, but I'm a little nervous. It's a big unknown with Quinn Priester coming in. Postseason now, it's a different animal. Inexperience there. Don't hate me. That's just me. Freddie Peralta, obviously, he's been there. He's pitched in these moments. Quintana, he's pitched in these moments too. But I'm just a little. I'd feel if Brandon Woodruff was a part of it, I'd feel way, way better. Feel like really confident in this thing. But hey, if Priester pitches like he did in the regular season, and he's got nerves of steel and such, then it completely switches into a pot. It's just an unknown for me. The lack of experience in the postseason is just an unknown for me. And then I think, the other part, it's tough matchups, really tough matchups. You look at, we know it's going to be Padres or Cubs. And the Brewers in the regular season lost both of those series. So they have losing records against both the Padres and the Cubs. And even if the Brewers had won those series, it would be a tough matchup. And then if they get by that, it's going to be the Phillies or the Dodgers. And yes, the Brewers swept the Dodgers this year, which is remarkable. But it's still going to be a tough matchup. Let's not kid ourselves. Okay? It's still going to be a very tough matchup. Phillies, they swept them earlier in the year. Phillies won the series at the back end of the year. Brewers had the tiebreaker and such. It's still going to be an incredibly tough matchup. There's no easy games. There's no easy matchups for the Crew heading into this postseason. Very tough matchups. Very tough games. All right, enough with the negative stuff. Let's go with the positives. What are the 3 reasons, in my opinion, that the Brewers will get to the World Series? Defense. They play fantastic defense. They've got speed on defense. Terang, Ortiz, Durbin, Perkins. Hell, even Jackson Churio has made some great plays in the outfield. The Golden Boy, Sal Frelick. Isaac Collins was being mentioned as a potential Gold Glove candidate in left field, depending on how the starting situation is going to look like. I mean, we know they're Contreras. They've got some solid defense. Run prevention. They're one of the best, if not the best, in the entire major league system or major leagues. Defense, defense, defense. Defense wins championships, right? That can't just be a football term, right? It sure looks like, for the most part, too. I was talking about the bullpen a little bit earlier. Trevor McGill's back. You're going to get him in the bullpen. Nick Mears is there. You've got bullpen arms. I like the setup of the bullpen for the Brewers. I think that's going to pay big dividends for this Brewers team once we get into the postseason. And they are going to have to be ready to be big-time contributors. The only big question I have about the bullpen is Mizorowski. He's got the stuff, but it's just going to be a question of, is he going to be on that day when he's pitching? But you look at the other options coming out of the bullpen. I mean, Uribe, McGill, you got Aaron Ashby, Jared Koenig, D.L. Hall is back, Nick Mears, Chad Patrick. I mean, those are solid options coming out of the pen. And I feel like if the Brewers have a lead and they hand it off to their pen, they're going to be in a decent spot. They're going to be in a good situation. I think you should feel confident. So I like that the fact that the pen is healthy. They got the guys back, and it's a unique bullpen because you have that mixture of guys like an Aaron Ashby or a D.L. Hall or even a Mizorowski who can give you a couple innings. Chad Patrick can give you a couple innings. And then you got your lockdowns like a Trevor and an Abner. Nick Mears has pitched in some high leverage situations too. And then finally, the negative is they don't hit home runs. But the fact is the Brewers do score runs. They score runs. They just don't do it in a way that a lot of people like. They don't do it in a fancy way. They don't do it with the long ball. But they still score runs. Right? I mean, they still score runs. So even though they don't do it with a ton of home runs. Remember a few years ago, it was like the Brewers were hitting home runs, but that's the only way they could score, and that was kind of a knock on them. But this year, it's like the complete opposite. In fact, when you look at total runs scored, the Brewers have the third most in Major League Baseball, only behind the Yankees and the Dodgers. Third most runs scored. Only 3 teams in Major League Baseball have scored over 800 runs. Brewers, Dodgers, Yankees. So I feel like there is a narrative that is being thrown out there. Maybe it's from national peeps or people who don't necessarily follow the Brewers. But there is, I feel like, this narrative out there that they don't score runs. They can't score runs. No, they can score runs. They just don't do it by the home run ball all the time. And I feel like there's that narrative that if a team doesn't hit home runs at a pace of a Yankees or a Dodgers, these casual observers or outsiders just feel like, oh, that team must not score a lot. No, Brewers do. They just do it in a way that you probably don't like, or it goes against the metrics or analytics side of things. I mean, if you want to look at batting average too, depending on if you're still a believer in that, third best batting average in Major League Baseball, Brewers. Blue Jays are at 265, Phillies are at 258, actually tied for second, and then the Brewers are at 258. Yeah, and they're 11th in OPS because, well, that's on base and then slugging. What brings down their OPS is their slugging. The Brewers don't have one of the best slugging percentages in the league. They're 403. The leaders, again, Yankees at a 455, Dodgers at a 441. But on base percentage, Brewers, 332, second best. Second best, only behind the Blue Jays at a 333. They get on base and they can score runs. They put pressure on defenses. And they're able to manufacture those. Second most stolen bases in Major League Baseball, 164. The Rays, 194. Whew, dominated that one. So, those are my reasons why they will and why they won't win the World Series. We mentioned a little bit earlier, playoff rosters are due Saturday morning. So it could be game day. So it'll be Saturday morning when the Brewers have to release their playoff roster. Because depending on who they play, whether it's the Padres or the Cubs, they're going to release a different roster, potentially a different roster too. All right, we got to take a quick break. We'll have some more baseball talk. Send me your reasons, though. Why do you think they will win the World Series, won't win the World Series? Send those on over. Hit me up with a text or comment on the video streams. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Deer season or football season, Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire has hunters and tailgaters covered. Known for expert venison processing, Mike's turns that hard-earned deer into high-quality cuts, sausage, and more. And for the next big game, grab some of their famous homemade brats, perfect for any tailgate party. Local flavor, family service, and quality you could taste. That's Mike's Star Market. Stop on in today and taste the difference for yourself. I want to do a little bit of a vibe check for Brewers fans because I mean, been a while since we've had a Brewers game and such, and the postseason's going on and that. But Brewers fans, like how pumped, excited, jacked up are you for this postseason? Like 2008, I'll just go through like some of my seasons and such. 2008 college pumped, just finally get there and that. 2011 really excited. You know, it was kind of the final year. I think we all knew that Prince Fielder was going to be on the team. Ryan Braun was having an MVP season. We kind of know why, but I mean, you're jacked up. You're jacked up leading into that season. 2018. You know, you get game 163. You beat the Cubs. You get the top seed. You're jacked up. You're pumped up. How, like, comparing it to those, are you at the same type of level? Are you a little apprehensive? Are you a little bit cautious? Or maybe you're just way confident in the ball club? I mean, not asking, like, do you have, you like, I don't know. It just kind of feels maybe it's because it's been a little bit off. You know, we haven't had a game in a few days and such, and maybe it'll kind of kick in a little bit more tomorrow and Saturday, or maybe it'll really kick in tonight after we find out who we play. I mean, because I got to imagine if we find out we play the Cubs, oh, you can tell it's going to be like serious. Okay, let's bleep and go. Let's go. Now we're in this thing. I mean, it's the rivalry. It's the Craig Counsell thing. I mean, for crying out loud, yeah. You if you can't get excited for that, then you need to check your pulse. But I want to do a little bit of a vibe check. Like, where are you? Hit me up with a text, 715-830-1912. Vibe check, Brewers fans. Maybe it just hasn't quite hit you because, hey, we haven't had any Brewers games right now, and it's just a little quiet. You're just kind of waiting to see who you play. But once Saturday rolls around, oh, yeah, all hands on deck, baby. Let's make tomorrow a Brewer Friday. All right? I challenge all of you. Now, usually Fridays, it's Packer Friday. I'll wear a Packers thing. But you know what? Bye week. So I'm going to challenge all of you. Challenging all of you Brewers people out there. Make sure you're wearing your Brewer swag tomorrow, okay? I know it's usually a football Friday, but hey, no Packer game. Let's do it. I'm sorry, but I don't have any faith in Badgers either going up against Michigan. So not wearing Badgers swag either. But yeah, I think it's kicking in a little bit more for me personally after each day. And I think it'll really kick in after tonight, obviously, because we'll have an opponent set. We'll know who they're going up against. And it'll kick in twice-fold or twofold if it is the Cubs. Going back to our kind of informal poll question, our bar stool conversation, topic, debate back and forth. Now I'm not asking which one do you think is going to win a championship first, but which team of these three do you feel like will advance the furthest? Now, the Brewers have already set the benchmark. They're in the postseason. They're in the postseason. They haven't played a game yet, but they're in the postseason. So do you think it's going to be the Brewers because you don't think the Packers or the Bucks are going to make the postseason? Or maybe you think Brewers are going to win it all? Do you think it's the Packers? Do you think it's the Bucks? Bucks, you look at it, got Giannis, got Miles Turner. Eastern Conference is banged up. No Tatum, no Halliburton. But you still got The Knicks and Cavs, Orlando made some moves in the offseason. So if you had to put a wager, you had to put a guess down, a bet down. Which one of those three teams are you the most confident in that will advance the furthest? Again, I'm not asking if you think they'll win a championship. So it could be advancing to a championship. It could be winning a playoff series or just a playoff game for, football-wise. It's just one game. Which one are you going to roll with? I got to think about it a little bit yet for me, but I'll make my pick just past 8 o'clock. Don't forget, it is a Thursday too, so it's, am I wrong? Give me a sports statement that you fully believe in, that you are willing to debate it. May not be the most popular one, may not be in the majority, maybe a bold statement, but you believe it to be true. Am I wrong? Am I wrong? Send one to me. What's on your mind so I can read it off the air? I've got mine, and it's baseball related. And I'm going to tell you what it is. And I want you to tell me if I'm wrong. But first up, I'm going to take a quick break. We'll wrap up the second hour with a little Am I Wrong after these quick words. When drivers at Eau Claire need a mechanic they could trust, they turn to AJM Automotive. Known for honest work, fair pricing, quick turnarounds, AJM Automotive handles everything from oil changes to engine repairs. Whether it's daily driver or a weekend toy, AJM Automotive treats every vehicle like it's their own. Friendly service, expert technicians, and a reputation built on integrity. AJM Automotive keeps Eau Claire running right. Just give them a call today to set up your appointment at 715-835-9523. Also, if you need those new tires before winter season comes around, they can help you out with that. Need a little tune-up for the snowblower before that winter season comes around? Hey, they do that too. Plus, I know you never want to get into that situation, but if you do need towing, they offer that as well. Again, that number. It's always just keep this number in your cell phone. 715-835-9523. All right. Reminder, coming up 8:30, Jake Boakes, DNR Warden. You have any hunting, fishing questions, text them right now so we can get those on over to Jake. 9:05, a little past 9 o'clock. We'll talk to Eric Balkman, fantasy football expert. Eric Balkman, get to your questions. So text those on over as well. So we'll ask those to Eric on the fly just past 9 o'clock here this morning. Am I wrong? So you got another hour or so that if you want to send over your bold sports takes, bold sports statements that you're willing to argue out, maybe it's in the minority or such, but you fully believe it in that. I'm going to go to the baseball world here and say, am I wrong that whatever team comes out of the National League will win the World Series? Am I wrong? I fully believe that. Because I look at the Dodgers and Phillies series, those are two teams that could win the World Series. Brewers, Cubs, Padres, why not? Brewers, top team in Major League Baseball, wins-wise. Cubs are talented as much as it pains me to say that. Padres are incredibly talented. I feel like whatever team comes out of the National League is going to win the World Series. And I look at all the potential matchups that it could be in the World Series. You know, let's say it's Tigers or Guardians go over there. Whatever National League team's in, I'd pick the National League team. Red Sox, probably pick the National League team. Mariners, I'd probably pick the National League team. Toronto, I'd probably still pick National League team. Yankees, I'd pick the National League team. I feel like right now when I look at the potential matchups, regardless of which National League team it is, now that the Reds are out of it, if the Reds were in it, then I wouldn't say whatever team comes through the National League is going to win the World Series. But I look at these final five, and it'll get trimmed down to the final four after today. But with the final five, I would say whatever one makes it, the World Series winner is coming out of the National League. I feel like the best of the best, the remaining teams after today's games are all in the National League. Am I wrong? I don't think I'm wrong, but I guess we'll find out in a few weeks. But that's my am I wrong statement. I look at these. That's why I look at the National League and these playoff matchups. I mean, Dodgers and Phillies. It's going to be a heck of a matchup. And then if it's Brewers, Cubs, come on now. Even Brewers, Padres, fantastic series. The Final Four in the National League, regardless of how it's going to shape up to whoever the Brewers play or that, both those divisional series are going to be a lot of fun to watch. I mean, Dodgers, Phillies, you got power versus power. Brewers, top team, but I wouldn't be surprised, regardless of who they play. If they play the Cubs or the Padres, you're going to see a lot of national people, I feel like, pick either Padres or Cubs. They're not going to want to pick the Brewers. They're going to give you a bunch of smoke about, well, they don't hit a lot of home runs. There's too much talent on these other teams. Essentially, they're going to tell you Brewers are a fluke this year. We'll find out after that series is over with, after, hopefully the Brewers win and such, but I you can't argue with the main result, and that main result is 97 wins. The Brewers won the most games out of any other baseball team in the league. Is that a fluke? I I struggle with that. Yes, there's been teams who have won over 100 games and they've lost their first series. We've seen that before. We've seen that same song and dance. But it doesn't necessarily mean that, well, they were a fluke. It's just there's something, and you could call it euchre magic if you want. I do think there's a little bit of that from a motivational standpoint for a lot of these guys on this team. I just I look at it. I really look at it, and I just feel like that World Series winner is going to come out of the National League. That's just my opinion. So, all right, I only got about a minute and a half till the top of the hour here. Maybe we'll get back to a little Packers talk here because we spent some time in the first hour talking about that. Romeo Doubs, could he actually be staying with the Packers long term? That's potential out there. I'm going to talk a little Micah Parsons. The Packers need to help out Parsons even more going forward. We'll hit that up. I'll get back to some more baseball talk. Also, send me your picks of these three teams. Again, not asking who you think is going to win a championship first, but of these three teams, who are you the most confident in that they will go the furthest? The benchmark is the playoffs because the Brewers are in the playoffs. We just don't know how far they're going into the playoffs. Is it the Brewers? Is it the Bucks? Or is it the Packers? Benchmark is at least getting to the postseason. But maybe you feel like the Packers will advance further in the postseason than the Brewers. Or maybe you feel like the Bucks will advance further in the postseason than both the Brewers and the Packers. Or maybe you feel like the Brewers are going to win it all, and that's why you're going to roll with the Brewers. Text me those picks, or you can hit me up on the video stream with those picks. All right. 2 in. We got a couple more to go. Also, send me your vibe check, Brewers fans. Has it hit you yet? Are you in that playoff mode for the Brewers? Let's go now. All right. Quick break. We'll be back after these news updates. All right, third hour kicking off right now on this Friday Eve, Thursday morning. How you doing, everybody? All right, let me know. How you doing? Appreciate you making this part of your start. Maybe you're already at work. Maybe you're just getting ready. Maybe you're dropping the kiddos off at school or such. Whatever the case may be, good morning, and thanks for hanging out with us here. Coming up at the bottom of the hour, we'll catch up with DNR Ward and Jake Boak. So final call if you got any questions for Jake, hunting, fishing, outdoor related. Text those on over to the Shoe Doctors bullpen line at 715-830-1912. 715-830-1912. And then coming up in about an hour, fantasy football expert Eric Balkman will be answering your questions. So if you have any questions for your week 5 fantasy football lineup, make sure you send those on over too. And Eric will help you help set you up for success for your week 5 fantasy football teams. So a lot of you already sending in some fantasy football questions. Keep those coming. We'll try to get through as many as possible. It's always a very popular segment when Eric pops up with us. So throughout the morning, been kind of asking a little bit of a poll question to all of you. Informal poll question. I kind of call it our bar stool conversation question. Little banter, a little debate. You know, once in a while when you're maybe in a texting group with your buddies or you're just sitting around and you're in the man caves and that, you throw out some random questions like, hey, who do you think is, it's like, who's the GOAT? Who's who's the best at this, or who's the best team of all time? Well, I want to throw this one out there, and I've been throwing it out there throughout this morning. Of these 3 Wisconsin teams, which one, if you had to pick right now on October 2nd, 2025, what does your gut tell you? Who do you think is the team that will advance, go deeper, have the most success in their respective seasons? The benchmark is getting to the postseason because the Brewers have already done that. Now, we don't know how far they will advance in the postseason, but that's the benchmark. So do you feel like the Packers or the Bucks will advance further in the postseason than the Brewers? Or do you feel like the Brewers are going to go all the way and advance to a World Series where maybe you feel like the other 2 teams are just going to clinch a playoff spot and not get to a championship? How you feel it? Now, here's my picks. I feel like all 3 will hit the benchmark. Well, obviously one has, but I feel like the Packers and the Bucks will reach the benchmark of making the postseason. So all 3 playoffs. We know the Brewers are already. I feel like the Packers will make the playoffs. I feel like the Bucks will make the playoffs. The Bucks one is very hard for me to kind of gauge based off of the last few years. Injuries, early exits, first round exits. But the wild card in this whole thing too, when it comes to the Bucks, is you look at the Eastern Conference, and the Celtics are a completely different team. Tatum is going to be out for the whole year, it sounds like. They've moved on from some other pieces, but they still got Brown. No Drew Holiday, though. Orlando's made some moves to improve their team. You still have the Knicks. You still have the Cavs. The Pacers are going to be without Halliburton. They don't have Miles Turner anymore, so I would expect them to be down. I mean, so that's a wild card in itself. I feel like the Bucks right now will win at least a playoff series. So I feel like they'll at least win a playoff series. Packers, I feel like, will make the postseason. Oh. And this one's tough too. So essentially, yeah, I feel the Packers will make the playoffs. I feel like they'll win at least a playoff game. Now, is that I don't think Right now, if I had to say, I don't think they'll get a bye. So that means they'd be playing wild card weekend and they would go to the divisional round, at least right now. I'm kind of going through this in my head. Brewers are already in the postseason, divisional series. So they've, kind of already, divisional series here. Will the Bucks get to the semis? Will the Packers get to the divisional round? I'm stuck between these two. I'm stuck between Packers and Brewers. I feel like the Bucks, like I said, I think right now on October 2nd, and we don't know how it's all going to play out, but hey, that's why we're throwing this for fun question out there. I feel like the Bucks will win at least a postseason series. A lot's going to be decided on what seed they're going to be. If they're going to be like a 1 or a 2, then okay, I could see them maybe going to the Eastern Conference Finals. But if they're going to be middle of the pack again, then I don't know. Depending on matchups again. I like the makeup of the team. But again, the wild card thing is with this Brewer or with this Buck squad is, okay, are they actually going to be healthy when they get to the postseason? I like the fact that they went healthy or younger. So you would think that they're going to be a little bit healthier going into the postseason. But again, we won't know until we get to that point. Packers have all the talent in the world to make a deep run in the postseason. And I think that defense is going to continue to get better and better and better. Same with the offense. I think, they'll be fine. They just got to get healthy on the offensive line. The Brewers. And I mentioned it in our top 3 reasons why they won't or will make the World Series. They've got some tough matchups. The National League is no joke. Whether it's Cubs or Padres in the divisional series, that's going to be tough. And if they get through that, they either have the Dodgers or Phillies. That's going to be tough too. I know they had their way with the Dodgers this year, but it's going to still be tough. So I'm back and forth on between the Packers or the Brewers getting to their respective championship games, conference championship games, or in this case, league championship games for baseball. Like the Brewers just have to win this divisional series, and they're already in the NLCS. Packers-wise, they may have to win their wild card and then their divisional game to get to the NFC Championship game. I'm between those two. But I think it's minimum benchmark for the other two, because we already know the Brewers are in the playoffs. Benchmark is at least postseason. And I think, honestly, there is a decent shot for all three to make some deep runs into the postseason. I'm not trying to be a homer, and I'm not trying to put my Wisconsin beer goggles on in this thing, Wisconsin sports beer goggles. But if you really break it down and you look at this, I mean, you've got a Brewers team with the most wins in Major League Baseball, the top seed, home field throughout. They've got a shot. Why don't they? Why don't they? They have got a shot to make a deep run. Yes, they haven't won a postseason series since 2018. It's been a minute. It's been a while. They've got some younger guys contributing. Maybe a lack of experience hurts them. Or, on the flip side, maybe the youth actually helps them because they don't know any better right now. You can take it both ways. But they have the talent to make a run. Packers have the talent to make a run. The Bucks, I feel like, are going to be better than what national people are going to try to tell you. When I look at the Eastern Conference, and I think the Celtics are going to be down. Indiana's definitely going to be down. I mean, no Halliburton and no Turner. He's over there with the Bucks now. Orlando's going to be better. Cleveland, I think, is still going to be there. The Knicks, you got a new head coach over there, but they still got talent. I think the Bucks are in the Eastern Conference. And there's chances are there might be a team that kind of just like comes out of nowhere and surprises you a little bit. I mean, you look at last year, specifically for like the Eastern Conference, it was probably maybe Detroit. Like, ooh, dang, Detroit. Oh, they got better. They got really good. Maybe that's Atlanta, or Atlanta made some moves this offseason too. But I honestly feel like when you look at Boston and Indiana losing some big pieces, essentially Milwaukee, who they lost Dame, who they weren't going to have to begin the year with anyways, and probably not have for most of the year. And then you bring in Turner. Yes, you lose Brook Lopez, but you bring in Turner. They're going to be a top 4 team. I truthfully believe that you look at those 3 Wisconsin teams. Why not? Why not? Why don't they have a shot to make some deep runs? It's all in front of them. They have the talent. They have the ability to do it. I mean, if you're a Wisconsin sports fan right now, outside of Badger football, which is just a complete, you-know-what, it's a mess. It's embarrassing. Take away Badger football right now. The other 3, there should be a lot of excitement with the Brewers. I would say Packers. I know you're a little bit down probably right now with the Packers. I get it. I understand it. Got a bad taste in your mouth heading into the bye week, but hey. All right, we still got 3 quarters of the season to go here. All right, snap out of it. We'll be good. And then with the upcoming Bucks season, it's going to be different. But I think there's an excitement. There's a rejuvenation. You got some younger guys coming in. You got some new talent in Turner coming in. Giannis is back, for crying out loud. There's a lot to be excited about right now in Wisconsin sports outside of Badger football. So let's go, man. Let's go. All right, let's take a quick break. I want to talk a little more green and gold. Romeo. Is he going to be in Green Bay for out thou a long time? We'll talk about that coming up next. All right, so the challenge is on. I put it up on socials. I want to make tomorrow Milwaukee Brewers Day. Wear your Brewer swag, wear your Brewers colors. If you are a teacher, you probably teach a class right now, but if you know somebody who's a teacher, tell them. We did something similar to this a couple times when, the Packers were in the postseason and such. But let's do this for the Brewers now. Let's do some state pride and let Brewers Nation know that, hey, up here in the 715, we got their back. All right. Let's do, if you got a teacher, you are a teacher, you know somebody's a teacher, get their kids in the classroom to yell, "Go Brewer," send us the video, record it so we can post it up and spread a little kind of a virtual pep rally, if you will. All right. Employers, get your employees to do it. Fans, do it yourself. Do some selfies. Let's get tomorrow to be Brewers Day and help support the Brewers for hopefully a deep postseason run. So I am challenging you. I am challenging you to do this. All right. It's kind of like a virtual tailgate party, right? So, hey, I just got to edit something on here. Hold on. Okay, I did a little typo. There we go. There we go. All right, it's up on Facebook and such. So send those again tomorrow. All right, but tell people about it. Spread the word. Help spread the word. Okay, I want to get this going here and kind of do a little virtual pep rally tailgate party. We got a couple of texts. Let me load it up here. A couple messages on the video stream as well, but my computer is being a little slow here. So hold on. I know we got a couple of things here. By the way, I'm just going to give you a little bit of a note too. Tomorrow, if you are a listener on the video stream, might not have the video stream tomorrow. Might not. I say that might not because there's a possibility we'll be in our new studio tomorrow. So it's still got some new stuff there, working it out. We are going to actually have better video streams in the near future, better cameras and such. But if you are a regular listener or viewer on the video stream, might not have it tomorrow. We'll try. I'm still going to try it if we are in that new studio. Just giving you a heads up. So if you log on to YouTube and it's not on there, doesn't mean I'm not in. We're still on the air. It's just we might be in that new studio tomorrow. All right. So, okay. Let's go through some of these texts here. Let's go. First off, we've got Zach says, "Good morning, everyone. Dan, hope you're feeling better. Getting there, man. Appreciate it. This is an interesting question. All three teams can make a run, but with what we know right now, I see the Brewers having the best shot." Jordan says, "Vibe check. If there was ever a Brewers team that could win it all, this is it. But man, am I nervous. A loaded NL playoff field and the recent playoff failures has me apprehensive, but I'm all in." Jordan, I'm in the same boat as you. I'm in the same boat as you. I'm excited. The closer we get to it, I'm getting a little bit more jacked up. I'm getting a little bit more pumped up. And I'm nervous as all get out. It's a good nervous. I'm very nervous. Like those nerves will intensify if it is a Cubs series because again, it's the Cubs and all the narratives surrounding it and the storylines. And the one thing we don't want to happen is the one thing I don't want to see happen is the Cubs losing and such. So yeah, that's what's making me a little bit nervous. But it's a good nervous. I'd rather be in this position. But the closer we get, that's the more pumped up I'm going to be. That's why I hope like Saturday. I personally hope it's the 808 game because we've got baseball all day with the kid. And I want to be able to sit back, relax, enjoy the game. So I hope it's a night game. I hope it's an 808 game. I don't know if everybody else is kind of in that same boat, but I know we've got, homecoming for UW Eau Claire with the football game going on too. So, if you're going to that game, you probably hope that it's probably at the back end. It's going to be a heck of a game too, because I mean, you've got undefeated Blue Golds And you've got UW Stouts over there, too. It's going to be a heck of a game. Heck, our good friend Dr. Crow is getting inducted to the Hall of Fame for the Blue Golds. So, going to be chatting with him tomorrow. So, yeah, I think we need to have it at 8:08. Can we somehow make that a thing? I don't know if we can, but if you're wondering how is that possible, 108 or 808, again, it's all depending on the Yankees and Red Sox series. It was announced yesterday, potential game times. If the Yankees win tonight, the Brewers will play at 108 on Saturday. If the Red Sox win tonight, the Brewers will play at 808 on Saturday. So if you want 808, root for the Red Sox. If you want 108, you're rooting for the Yankees. That's how it's all playing out. All right. We got to do some outdoor questions with Jake coming up here. So thanks to those of you who have sent questions in. If you didn't and you have a question, you're going to have to wait till next week. That's why we keep saying send them in early, send them in ahead of time. You still have some time to send in your fantasy football questions. So do those now. Eric will be joining us just past 9 o'clock. So if you got any questions, I know we've got questions all over the place on Facebook. I'll try to get to all those. We got some on our texting line, so I got to make sure I have both those windows up. I'm going to try to get through all the questions here with Eric. But if you have any more, if you have not sent them in, text them in right now, 715-830-1912 for our fantasy football segment coming up just past 9 o'clock this morning. All right, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll get to Mr. Jake Boakes, our conservation warden buddy for the great state of Wisconsin, for our little outdoor chats coming up after these quick words.
The Dan Kasper Show will be right back.
Joe DeGuano here, and I've got a new weekend ritual. I bring breakfast in bed for my lovely wife from the Corton House. You know, sometimes you just crave a good old-fashioned brunch, right? I'm talking about the perfect eggs, warm biscuits and gravy that taste like grandma's, and a heaping plate of French toast. That's my Sunday morning, and it's all at the Corton House. And hey, while you're there, you got to try their Bloody Marys or a fresh mimosa. It's the perfect way to kick off the day. Corton House, downtown Eau Claire, Grand Avenue. And the first one's on me.
Service Master of Chippewa Valley is your local expert when it comes to fire and water damage, carpet and air duct cleaning, mold remediation, and trauma. They're when you need them, 24 hours a day, 365 days a year. Trust comes in the yellow truck. Learn more at ServiceMasterChippewaValley.com.
AI. Most of the time it promises magic, but with WebSticks AI, we deliver results. With WebSticks AI, your website generates in seconds. You don't like it? Make an edit, regenerate it, or call us and we'll finish it for you. Faster sites, smarter design, results that are consistent and efficient. Give it a try right now at websticks.com.
Stunning sites, more clicks, web design from WebSticks.
Today's job market is full of demand for skilled trade workers. Electricians, welders, mechanics, these and other trades are the backbone of every community. They're also a huge part in making sure the Army National Guard is always fulfilling its mission of service to our country and communities. Soldiers train to keep the power flowing, engines running, and supplies moving. The skilled trades these soldiers perform are the same ones needed in today's civilian workforce. Army National Guard soldiers are on the fast track to learning skills that can set them up for success at home with companies looking to hire the best. With options from plumber to helicopter mechanic and everything in between, soldiers are able to select the trades that best fit their lives. Their resumes are being built through their paid training and part-time service. Find out how you too can learn a trade profession and serve your community and country by visiting NationalGuard.com. Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard. Aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
When your name's on the paint job, your primer better hold up. Painters trust Kills primers for serious adhesion, stain blocking, and a finish that lasts. Now, the full Kills lineup is available exclusively at the Home Depot. Need it fast? Get same day or next day delivery, or order online and pick it up in store. Kills primers. Pro results faster. The Home Depot. If you're a pro, you know.
Mako's running a paint sale right now, starting at just $499. How about that? Now, if you've been thinking about maybe doing something with your car, don't pass up this opportunity, okay? There's dents, dings, chip paint. Mako's seen it all. But for this price, take advantage of that, and you could give your ride a fresh look. Free estimate. They'll work with your budget. They'll get the job done fast. No pressure, no judgment, a fresh start, and you're going to have a national warranty to accompany it. And they're community-based, great people to work with, somebody you can trust to make your car look nice. A fresh ride. They've been doing it for over 50 years, and it's easier than ever for you to take advantage of this. Your car could use a little love. Now's the time. But don't wait. These paint sales will not last long. Visit Mako, that's MAACO.com, and find the nearest location. Schedule that free estimate. And with the paint sale starting at just $499, your car is going to look awesome. Better get Mako.
My doctor told me my cholesterol is borderline, so I took control with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula. Garlic helps maintain healthy cholesterol safely and naturally. It's odor and taste-free, and Garlic is a world leader in garlic potency. I'm taking charge of my cholesterol with Garlic Healthy Cholesterol Formula, cholesterol's natural enemy.
These statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. This product is not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease. The term natural references only the garlic in the product. Use as directed.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay, things people love.
Broadcasting live from the TDS Sports Talk 105.1 studios, it's the Dan Kasper Show.
All right, Jake will be giving us a call here in just a minute or so. Reminder, last call for any fantasy football questions for Eric Balkman just past 9 o'clock here this morning. If you're wondering game times for today's playoff games, wondering when you're going to find out, when you're going to find out who the Brewers play or what time they're going to play, here is your playoff schedule for today's games. We got 3 of them on the docket here. Detroit at Cleveland, 2 p.m. San Diego taking on the Cubbies of Chicago. That's going to be at 4 p.m. And then Boston at New York. That's going to be at 7 p.m. So San Diego, Chicago, we know the Brewers will play the winner of that one. We don't know what time they will play, though, on Saturday because we got to wait till after Boston and New York. So couple games to kind of follow along if you are a Brewers fan. So, but it should be some really good matchups today. I mean, these are essentially game 7s. They're do or die type of games, right? They're do or die type of games. So we'll talk a little bit more baseball coming up a little bit later on, but you can send me your predictions if you'd like. 715-830-1912. All right, let's get to Jake here now, doing our outdoor chats here with Mr. Bolks. Good morning, Jake. How you doing? Jake, you there? Hello.
The old mute button got me again.
Oh, I was worried that was us or something. I was a little nervous there.
No, that's on me. This is just like me trying to do a webinar. My IT skills aren't ideal. That's why they throw me out in the field and say, go walk through some trees.
Nice. Well, hey, how you doing, though, this morning, bud?
I'm doing real good. Good morning, sun shining. It's going to be hot, though.
Yeah.
It's going to be hot.
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's October 2nd, but I mean, for crying out loud, it doesn't feel like it's October here. So
if you shoot a deer today, you got to basically have ice in your truck and run that thing right to the processor or hang it up at your house and get that thing worked on. It's going to be warm.
Yeah, it is. So, hey, speaking of hunting, we have a question from Corey if you're ready to get going here. So, Corey says, we got the youth hunt coming up next week. Why is the gun youth hunt a week later this year? Maybe actually with the weather, it's kind of nice that it'll be a week later.
With the weather, it'll definitely be better. I see a little cold front moving in on Monday, so that should help. To be honest, I don't get involved with those conversations. I know why sometimes there's the openers, certain seasons, but when it comes to the youth hunt, I'm not exactly sure how they pick whether it's the first or second weekend. I wish I had a better answer for it. It's a great question.
Mm-hmm.
That's just one that's never really crossed my plate. But if I can definitely look it up, and next week when I jump on, I can re-answer that one for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of something too that you've always said over a few times too. It's you just enforce the rules, right? You just enforce the guidelines.
Yeah, no, we have a lot of institutional knowledge, and we learn a lot, and we give our opinion and our advice or suggestions or recommendations. But at the end of the day, just like in any law enforcement, there's 3 tiers of justice, and we're just the ones that enforce it and put our notes together and hand it off to someone else, And same with the regulations, that there's a lot of people in the DNR and in the state in general that their job is to, find the right rigs, find the right seasons, pick the right dates and starting times, and those conversations don't usually happen or involve us too often.
Mm-hmm. Well, Jake, I'll get back to hunting here for a second, but since we're talking a little bit about the weather and such, have you seen maybe more people still out on the water fishing and that sort of stuff with the warmer weather? I mean, driving by, the river, I've been seeing guys and gals out still on jet skis and pontoons, for crying out loud, and can't remember the last time seeing that in October.
No, I think everyone's kind of pushed, that proverbial dock out day and pull your boat out there. I think everyone's looking at the weather and knowing that they can ride it out for a couple more weeks. Definitely, there's been plenty ATV, UTVs on the trail, like you said, plenty of boats out. There's even recreational boats out still, which is pretty crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong, there's definitely people hunting. I saw some pictures of people harvesting different waterfall and different stuff in this heat, but the dogs look hot, the sun's out, so there's still people doing it. But yeah, I think there's just more of that still summer camping, summer boating, summer ATVing going on. People aren't ready, and myself included, just aren't ready yet to get the bow out. Well, not get it out, but to go sit out, or the duck opener. The duck season's coming up here again, and the second opener's coming up, and it's not even very exciting when it's going to be 87 degrees that night.
Yeah,
or in the evening.
Right. Well, you mentioned that other opener coming up here, so I mean, might as well hit that up, right? It's coming up the Southern Duck Zone, correct?
Yeah, this weekend. So, yep. So it's your classic like duck opener. No, all the species are going to be open, unlike the early teal season where it's just teal doves and goose and whatnot. It's going to be, you're going to be able to shoot your mallards and wood ducks and black ducks and coot if you want them and everything like that. So I've got a lot of calls on it already, so I know people are excited for it. I'm excited for it, but it'll be. I bet you there's going to be a lot more hunters in the morning than there will be in the evening.
So for anybody maybe wondering, where is that line from northern to southern?
Yeah, it should be like the Highway 10 line.
Okay.
Depending on where you are in the state, but around here, that's kind of the line.
Okay. So just in case anybody wasn't quite sure. Otherwise, the northern one still goes on all the way through November, correct?
Correct.
All right, there you go. So I know the youth hunt is next week and such, Jake, but maybe some reminders for people maybe getting ready. Is it still a lot of the same rules for the typical November gun deer in terms of like got to wear, the blaze orange for at least 50%? And, can you imagine if it was this weekend? Probably have to be out there in a blaze orange T-shirt. I don't know if anybody would sell those.
Blaze orange, yeah. Blaze orange tank top,
right?
50% tank top, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. So is it still the 50% like waist above with those colors?
Yeah, so it's you're totally right. It's your classic deer season regulations. Everyone out in the woods, not just the bull hunters, or excuse me, the youth hunters, the bull hunters, the grouse hunters, pheasant hunters, whatever it is, have to have the blaze orange on. If you're walking your dog or something like that, you don't have to wear blaze orange, but we always encourage it. The biggest kind of like change, I guess, or not change, but the thing that's a little bit different during the youth season is that when a youth is hunting, it's anyone under 16, so 15 and under, and you have to be accompanied by an adult or a guardian. Even if you're 14 or 15 and you have your hunter safety, and you can technically go out and hunt on your own during the gun deer season. During the youth season, you still have to have that mentor with you, because that's the whole point of the youth season, is that you have a mentor with you, that someone's there and whatnot. So even if you're allowed to hunt on your own for this weekend, you have to be with someone. Someone can't just dump their 14-year-old kid out in the woods and say, see you at dusk,
Mm-hmm. Have you seen an like ever since this started? Have you seen like it getting more popular and popular every single year with this youth deer hunt?
Yeah, I would say, I think it's always had popularity, no doubt, but I think with, the minimum hunting age going away a few years ago, and just the culture of hunting we have today, I do think that with crossbows, and I know this is a gun season, but I guess, lighter guns with ammunition that doesn't kick as much, that can put down a deer. I do think that there's more opportunity for smaller people to be successful and have fun. And, it's not like they're grabbing a 300 and just blasting away, So I do think it's more popular. I've heard of some people that travel to different states to hit all the youth hunts, Minnesota, Iowa, Wisconsin, wherever, to do different youth hunts and stuff. So I think there is some more added interest in it recently.
Interesting. Bear season is going to be coming up, ending pretty soon, early part of next week, right, Jake?
Yeah, October 7th, I believe, which I guess I don't even know what day that is, if it's a Tuesday or what, but or Sunday. But yeah, it should be October 7th, where everyone is done. So I'm still seeing big bears being shot. I know there's been a lot of acorns that dropped, so that screwed up some people's hunts, but I know there's definitely bears out there to be taken still.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So October 7th, which is next Tuesday, just for those of you out there, that's the final day for final day for bear season. So also this weekend though too, and I know we touched on it a little bit last week, but good reminder, it's also the gun hunt for hunters with disabilities coming up starting on the 4th.
Yep. So that's on the 4th again. Like you said, we talked about it, but that's for if you're registered with a participating property, you can participate in that gun hunt for hunters with disabilities. It is not a week where anyone with a Class A or B license can just go out and shoot a deer off Cheney Road in Eastern Eau Claire County. You got to be a part of this specific program and be registered. And you'll know if you don't know that, if you don't think, or if you don't know you're a part of it, you're definitely not a part of it. You'll know if you're a part of it.
Mm-hmm. Hey, we just had a question kind of come in, and I think this is something we maybe did a couple years ago, because I remember somebody else asking it, but it's a good time to revisit it. Is there any restrictions on anybody who wants to record their hunts, like video recorded, I'm assuming?
Yeah. No. So the short answer is no. As long as I'm trying to think. I was trying to think of like some hypothetical where it would be illegal, but I can't, because you can record whatever. I mean, unless you're recording like somewhere where you're hunting deer in a bathroom or something. I don't know. Yeah, you can record your hunt. You can post it. There's nothing illegal about that. I would just make sure you're definitely dotting your I's and crossing your T's before you go out there. Then if you're going to put everything on video, make sure you got your license, make sure you know the legal hunting shooting time, make sure you got your blaze orange on if you need it, and and you got all the permits or harvest authorizations you need for the deer you're going to harvest, all that kind of stuff. So, but no, you can record it, put it on YouTube, do whatever with it. Nothing wrong with that.
Does and this is just me just kind of maybe adding on to it. Does the person, let's say you have somebody sitting with you and they're your camera operator, do they need to have a hunting license?
Nope.
Okay.
Anyone that's not actively hunting is allowed to be out in the woods. So, if you have a buddy or a friend or a girlfriend or husband, wife, daughter that just wants to sit and learn and watch, they don't need any special licenses. They technically aren't hunting, so they don't need to wear blaze orange during the youth, but you should, like if you're out, you should. If you shoot a deer and you want your grandpa to come out and show you how to gut it and stuff like that, he doesn't have to have a license or anything like that. The only people that need licenses, whether it's fishing, hunting, trapping, are the people that are actually engaged in it.
Okay.
Any sort of spectators, camera people, bystanders, whatever, they're good to go just to be there in that moment.
Gotcha. All right.
Yeah, I think that's a good question. We actually get that a lot. It's a really good question. I forget how often I actually get that question where, like, do I need a license to come and help drag a deer out? Do I need a license to take some of the meat home if someone's going to gift it to me and all that kind of stuff? And the answer is no. As long as the person that harvested the animal has a license and they legally register the animal, a bystander or a helper or a family member doesn't need a license.
So would that be a little bit different in terms of, this might not be a great comparison, but a little bit different in terms of like fishing, where if you're going to handle a pole, you probably do need to get that fishing license?
Yeah. So, if you're a mom or dad helping your kid learn how to fish and you got your little Scooby-Doo pole and you're casting out because they can't get it past the weeds and you hand it to them, you don't need a license for that. But yeah, if at any point you're like reeling in on your own or you're bringing a pole out, and even if you're casting one time and you're not doing it to help someone like a kid or a disabled, adult or whatever, then yeah. So kind of similar, kind of different, but the best thing is like always just get a license, because it's $20 for fishing, $24 for deer hunting. It's all, it's a $20 investment versus a $200-$300 ticket.
Mm-hmm.
We use our discretion, obviously, when we see stuff, and we work through any sort of situation. If someone's helping, we understand that. But I mean, for $20, you're covered for a year, whether that's hunting or fishing.
Right. Well, Jake, I know we'll probably talk about these coming up when we get a little bit closer, but just, to put on the calendar for people, we got pheasant coming up October 18th. A lot of stuff coming up. It looks like in the middle of October, we got the sharp-tailed grouse. So, I mean, a couple weeks for those two as well.
Yeah, no, there's always like that mid-September opening, and then the ducks, and then like everything else is mid-October. Usually your upland game birds type of species and stuff like that. So that will be coming, and then after that weekend, basically everything will be open if it's not already closed, like bear. And then you'll have it's the time of year where you can really hunt and go for just about any species you want for the most part.
Yep, and just hopefully the weather's not as hot too. So
yeah, no, it looks like a good trajectory into the beginning of next week, but who knows after that? I'm pretty sure we've had pretty hot, end of Octobers, and I know I've sat during the rut a few years ago bow hunting, and I know I was just sweating like with a t-shirt on, and that would have been around Halloween. So these warm periods come and go, but we'll see what happens.
Right. Well, hey, Jake, we appreciate the time as always, buddy. Thanks for answering some questions from some people out there, and we'll catch up with you next week, okay?
Yeah, no, appreciate you having me on. Sorry for the little IT scandal at the beginning there. It always gets me.
I do this for a living, and I still screw up something every day, so don't worry about
it. That's the way
it.
it goes. Well, appreciate it. Good luck to everyone this weekend, and we'll talk next week.
Sounds good. There you go. Jake Bolks, Conservation Warden for the state of Wisconsin. All right, let's take our final break for this hour. We'll wrap it up, and then we got fantasy football coming up just past the top of the hour. We'll be back in just a couple minutes. Just a few minutes left to the top of the hour, and then it's going to be the final countdown, the final hour, the happy hour coming up here. Again, reminder, week 5 of the NFL season officially begins tonight. So if you are a part of our Pro Football Weekly Pickup Challenge, get to our website and make those picks. 49ers, Rams in action tonight. 2 3-1 teams, an NFC West battle. Get those picks on in. Looks like just saw Braylon Allen. So if you have Braylon Allen on your fantasy lineups, he is going to be on injured reserve. Sidelining him a minimum of 4 games, says Adam Schefter, and likely longer. Rich Kamini, who covers the Jets, said surgery is possible, still being evaluated. Too early to say if it's season ending, though it appears to be more than just a 4-week return. So that stinks. Especially, I mean, it's Braylon Allen, former Badger and such, right? But yeah, if you had him on your rosters or your fantasy football teams, you might want to just, or maybe that's now a question for you to ask our good friend Eric Balkman, who will be joining us just past 9 o'clock. So again, final call for any of those fantasy football questions. If you want to send those on over, you have to do it right now on that Shoe Doctors bullpen line with a quick text at 715-830-1912. C-Bomb on the video stream says the NL is so packed. National League is so packed. But if we get bounced in the NLDS, I will lose my mind. We can't possibly go another series without winning. We must make it to the NLCS, or this season was a waste. All right, Brewers fans, I'll throw it back to you. Do you agree with C-Bomb? Do you agree with C-Bomb that if the Brewers don't make it to the NLCS, season was a waste? Do you agree with him? Yay or nay? So essentially then, C-Bomb, what you would be saying is the season, would you say the season then is a failure if they don't at least make the NLCS? Goes back to our podcast convo from Packtoberfest. Is the season a failure then? I want to try to keep saying positive vibes out there, but I mean, now that it's brought up, is that the bare minimum? Is that the bare minimum when it comes to the Brewers? Have to win at least one postseason series? Or, because I'm sure there's going to be a mindset for some Brewers fans too. They'll be like, oh no, bare minimum is World Series. If you're the top team, most wins in the regular season, number 1 seed, you have home field advantage. Bare minimum is World Series. Where are you at on that? I'll admit, like over the years, I have had internal arguments and battles within myself to define what season's a failure, or how do you define a failure and that sort of thing. But I'll have to think about this one for a little bit with the Brewers. And I'll admit it, I've kind of thought about it off and on, but I guess part of me is just like thinking, I hope I don't have to answer that question. I hope we're talking about a deep postseason run. So I hope to avoid having to potentially talk about that or think about it. It's just the fan in me. So, but what do you think? Do you agree with our good friend Seba? If the Brewers don't make it to at least the NLCS, it was a waste of a season. Let me know. Comment on the video stream. That way C-Bob can see it. Or you could text it on over and I'll relay it on the air. We'll get back to some more Brewers talk coming up in the next hour. Again, if you're just joining us, we had kind of a fun little bar stool conversation, man cave kind of question out there. It's kind of like a poll question. But of the Brewers, between the Brewers, the Bucks, and the Packers, sorry, Badger football, you don't qualify because you stink. But of those three, and the benchmark is the playoffs because the Brewers have already made the playoffs. Of those three, which do you think will advance the furthest? So maybe you're like, I think the Packers will advance further in the playoffs than the Brewers will. So you'd pick the Packers. Or you're like, you know what? I think the Bucks are actually going to advance further than all of them, so you're going to pick the Bucks. Or maybe it's the Brewers because you think they're going to advance further. Or maybe you don't think the other two are going to make the playoffs, so it's the Brewers. So, Seabaum clarifies, the series win in the playoffs must happen or it was a wasted effort, not a failed season. Oh. How about the rest of you? Agree or disagree? Points, counterpoints, what have you. All right, shot clock's going to cut me off here in a few seconds. We got fantasy football coming up next. We'll get to Eric Balkman answering your lineup questions. Final call for those. Got to text them on over. 715-830-1912. News updates. We'll be back after these quick words.
WAYY Eau Claire, W286CK Eau Claire, Sports Talk 105.1 and 790 AM. From the 715 Newsroom, it's your news done differently with Morgan McCarthy.
Well, good morning. Here's what we're learning today with headlines that start and stay in our area. An update with authorities now investigating a deadly shooting that started to unfold yesterday in Barron County. Officers responded to a local residence and they report finding a dead male victim, a wounded woman, and the suspect who appeared to be suffering from a self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, there is a video of the shooting that was reportedly shared on socials. Law enforcement working with the media company, which was Snap, to remove the clip. You can find details directly from the Barron County Sheriff's Department online. We have those for you at 715newsroom.com. In Eau Claire, one person is dead after an early morning vehicle crash that happened in Eau Claire. There was a chase that began just after 2:30 in the morning that ended on West Claremont Avenue and Craig Road, where the suspect turned off lights trying to evade police. They crashed into another vehicle whose driver died at the scene of that crash. The suspect now in custody and facing charges. The scam hits close to home with 5 people accused of swindling an elderly La Crosse County couple out of over $450,000. Those people are now facing charges. Authorities say the group carried out an elaborate Publishers Clearinghouse and Mega Millions sweepstakes scam that saw victims sending cash, gift cards, personal data to them over the course of an 8-month period. Each member of the suspect group is now charged with theft by false representation. And if you travel, do you like to be comfortable? Some easy, comfy clothes to get through TSA? Well, ding! The captain has turned on the fashion sign. Delta Air and Spanx making it happen.
Delta's chief marketing officer says the joint partnership will create clothes designed for travelers who love to explore the world in style. Delta's celebrating its 100th anniversary this year, and the debut of the clothing line comes as the company tries to market itself as a lifestyle brand, not just an airline. Spanx turns 25 this year. The collection's on sale now in the online Delta shop. I'm Tammy Trujillo.
What? Spanx is turning 25? And not a wrinkle in sight. And, you know, that was actually the tagline that Kasper wanted to use. He's got a whole new merch line to match the new studios and all the upgrades around here. He was sketching out this whole line of Zubas. What are you doing, buddy?
Great clothes designed for travelers who love to explore the world in style.
For Sports Talk 105.1, I'm Morgan McCarthy.
The cycle of summer-like conditions continued today as temperatures will quickly warm out of the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s into the mid-80s later this afternoon. 84 degrees will be our high, and those clouds will continue to decrease, leaving way to mostly sunny skies. A little breezy out there at times as well. For tonight, still staying quite mild, lows down near 61. I'm 13 First Alert meteorologist Sarah Lighthizer.
Hey, Chippewa Valley, we know you do anything for a win on game day and an ice cold Bud Light. Whether you're tailgating in the parking lot, parked on the couch, sitting on your lucky stool at the bar, or standing in the fan section all game long, a win isn't a win without the clean, crisp taste of Bud Light. And there's nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy a Bud Light while watching football at Happy Hollow, VFW Post 305, Seymour Swigs, Doodah Gin, and VFW Post 7232. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You want to feel important.
You want to be part of something bigger, something that matters and can help change things.
You want to feel like you belong.
We know. We felt that way too. And that's why we did something about it.
We aren't just Army National Guard soldiers.
We are normal people just like you. But our part-time service in the Army National Guard means we get to be more.
When our communities are in need, we get the chance to stand up and do something about it.
We get to serve in our own region and help the people we call neighbors.
From the lakeshores of Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota,
The fertile fields of Indiana, Illinois, and Iowa, to the wide open plains of North and South Dakota.
we are here for our hometowns.
And together, we can make a difference. Take on your legacy. Visit NationalGuard.com to find out more.
Sponsored by the Wisconsin Army National Guard. Aired by the Wisconsin Broadcasters Association and this station.
Get your hands up! Warning, the following hour may cause uncontrollable laughter, bold sports takes, and the sudden urge to yell at your radio. You've officially entered happy hour on the Dan Kasper Show, where stats are optional, opinions are strong, and Dan might be running on caffeine or something stronger. It's the final hour. Loosen the tie, unbuckle the brain, and let's get weird.
All right, the final hour kicking off right now on this Thursday morning. We're going to get back to some more baseball talk with the Brewers getting set for their playoff game on Saturday. Don't know who they're playing yet. We'll find out later today between Padres and Cubs, and then we'll find out the game time after the Yankees and Red Sox game. We got week 5 of the NFL season officially kicking off tonight. Don't forget to get your picks in for our Pro Football Weekly Pick'em Challenge on our website. 49ers, Rams in action. 2, 3, and 1 teams going to be doing battle. So, hey, maybe you've got some players that are on your fantasy team that are going to be playing tonight. Maybe you got some questions about it. Well, good thing we've got our expert, Mr. Eric Balkman, joining us this morning. Good morning, Eric. How you doing?
Good morning. Failed my tryout for the Niners, unfortunately, which stinks because they need warm bodies to play against the Rams tonight. It's a bad situation if you're trying to start a 49er against Los Angeles on Thursday Night Football.
Did you try out for being an offensive lineman for Green Bay too? You know, since you're a little bit close over there. You know,
I've bulked up over the last decade. I don't think I've bulked up that much. So.
Nice. Well, hey, we got a lot of questions to get to here, so if you're ready, let's jump into it, man.
Yeah, fire away.
Facebook. Let's go to our Facebook here quick. Brandon asks, do I drop A.J. Brown at this point and go after a young receiver that may have some potential? If so, who's that potentially good young receiver that everybody is passing on?
Yeah, the quick answer is no. I always say this when it comes to, people have asked me about Jamar Chase this week as well. You can't drop these players given what you invested into them. And who is the better option that you're picking up off the waiver wire if you're dropping A.J. Brown? Trey Tucker, Luke McCaffrey, Tyquan Thornton, Rashad Bateman? I don't think there's anybody out there. I don't think there's any young receiver out there that has the ceiling that A.J. Brown does. We saw it 2 weeks ago when the Eagles were down and they needed to come back, and they were pumping the ball to A.J. Brown. He had a massive game in week 3. Now that disappeared in week 4. Maybe he gets the squeaky wheel treatment this week. I know his matchup is not as good as Devonta Smith's as far as how the corners are going to line up. Don't drop A.J. Brown. I'm still starting him this week as well. I get it if you're not. But my God, keep him on your roster because the Eagles, they just can't keep doing this over the course of the next 3 months.
Mm-hmm. Jordan has a 2-part question. A guillotine league, half PPR. Need 1 tight end, Juwan Johnson or Brenton Strange?
With the guillotine leagues, sometimes you like to go with the higher floor rather than the high ceiling on that. So, and I don't necessarily think that either one of these guys separates themselves as far as a guillotine league goes. I guess it's probably Juwan Johnson. He's hurt or he's dealing with an injury right now, listed as questionable with an ankle. He did not practice yesterday. You'll be able to wait on this. So obviously, if Johnson's healthy and he's active, you play him against the Giants. If not, Brenton Strange is a nice little consolation prize.
And then the second part to that one, need 1 wide receiver, Christian Kirk or Trey Tucker?
Yeah, this is tough this week. Christian Kirk, who's been on a lot of my rosters, hasn't made it into a lot of my starting lineups so far, but he gets a shell that was the Baltimore Ravens defense this week. So I do like his matchup. The other option between Christian Kirk, the other one was who? I'm sorry, Dan.
Let me bring it. Was it Trey Tucker?
Trey Tucker. Yeah, it was Trey Tucker. Yeah, Trey Tucker it kind of let everybody down last week. But I like him against the Colts in week 5. I think he's a slightly better start than Kirk. I still see a role from him week in and week out. You know, he does something on that team that Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, and Jacoby Myers can't do, and that's stretch the field. So I think that he's probably the better option. Nice little bounce back for Tucker this week.
Let's go to I think your number one fan, Chad, aka C-Bomb, with a question here. Super flex quarterback, Drake May versus Buffalo or Jackson Dart versus New Orleans?
It's tempting to play Dart against the hapless Saints defense, but you know, they put up a fight last week and they're still competing hard. I do question whether Dart is going to have enough weapons around him. Obviously, with no Malik Neighbors, you can't just keep running him 15 times a game or what have you. Drake May should be in a shootout type game against Buffalo. So I like that Sunday night matchup for Drake May over Jackson Dart this week.
And then flex PPR, Michael Carter or RJ Harvey?
Ooh, spicy as we get in to the Arizona Cardinals running back bag. They're the new Spinal Tap drummers. Every single running back in Arizona seemingly is going down right now. I can't in good conscience play Carter. I know Theo Mackey, who covers the Cardinals, one of the beat reporters out there, said that Carter was taking starters reps over Amari DeMarcado, and Carter also said, I think the direct quote was something to the effect of like, it's cool going from practice squad to the starting lineup. So while I do believe he starts against Tennessee, and that is a good matchup, you saw RJ Harvey getting pretty involved last week. I know it was a good matchup with Cincinnati. They get Philly this week. Still not going to sit Harvey in favor of Carter. Harvey's going to get the passes. He's going to get some catches, something that I can't say the same for Michael Carter. Even in a plus matchup, I'm sitting Carter in favor of Harvey.
Sam's got a quarterback question. I'm not sure how he's got both of these, but he says Mahomes or Jaden Daniels?
could be a salary cap for a keeper league. You just never know how these things go. Both of them are obviously excellent starts this week. I'm playing Mahomes on the road against Jacksonville over Jaden Daniels, his first game back against the Chargers. Chargers defense gets exposed a little bit last week, but you don't know about Terry McLaurin's health. Deebo Samuel missed practice yesterday, so I think I'm going to go with Mahomes. I trust the way he's playing right now. Obviously, coming off his best game in 2 years, in the weapons he has, I like that better than Jaden Daniels. Both of them are on the road, but I'm going Mahomes here.
John would like to know, what are some tight ends that are a good waiver pickup for this week? My current tight end is Harold Fannin Jr.
Yeah, Fannin, I think, is a good start. I don't know if there's anybody you're picking up off the waiver wire that I necessarily like better than Fannin. I think Darren Waller was a sexy one, but don't forget that while he did get the 2 touchdowns against Miami, Julian Hill significantly outsnapped him last week too, so that's something to be wary of. I do like Theo Johnson quite a bit going forward. I would still play Fannin over Johnson this week, but with no Neighbors there's a huge invitation for Theo Johnson to be the number 1 or number 2 pass catcher in New York, so he's a guy off the waiver wire. Mason Taylor, the rookie for the Jets, he got more involved on Monday nights than we've seen so far this season.
And asking a wide receiver question, Brian Thomas Jr. or Stephon Diggs?
Diggs really came on last week, and obviously we know the story with Brian Thomas Jr. so far this season. It's been a rough ride. This is close for me because Diggs gets the old revenge game. He goes to Buffalo to take on the Bills. Call me a sucker, but I think I'm going to go one more week with Brian Thomas here. I think he showed some flashes last week that maybe he's turned the corner in this wrist injury or whatever is bothering him. And obviously the draft capital plays into this a little bit more too. So it's close, but I think I trust Thomas more than Diggs.
Tim would like to know, hey, Eric, should I start Justin Fields over Trevor Lawrence this weekend?
100% and twice on Sunday. Yes, you do. Fields is one of my favorite quarterback plays of the week. Dallas, the quarterback finishes on a week-to-week basis who have gone against the Cowboys this year, I think the worst has been like 8, but it's been like 1st, 2nd, and 5th besides that. So you go up against the Cowboys and you're a quarterback, you're going to have a massive fantasy match. I mean, I think you have to seriously contemplate benching Jaden Daniels or Justin Herbert if you have Fields on your team. He's a slam dunk start over Mayfield, Prescott, Drake May, all those guys. I love Fields this week. Outside of Josh Allen and Jalen Hurts, man, I think Fields might want to play him over everybody else.
Nice. We've got Nick wanting to know, should he continue to start Alvin Kamara for this week?
Yeah, I mean, you may not have a better option. There's one league that I have Kamara in, and I'm pretty blessed at running back there. I have Genty, Stadabu, and Javonte Williams. In that case, I'm sitting Kamara. but I think that it's one of those things where I don't know if you have a better option. I still think he flirts with running back one status this week. I think Kendra Miller is fine to have on your roster. I don't know if I'm believing that the worm has turned and we get a changing of the guard in New Orleans yet. Good matchup for Kamara this week. I think you still start him. It obviously depends upon your other options, but like I said, I think he's close to a top 12 running back this week.
Andy's got a quick question. He says, "Hey Eric, I have an open spot as of right now. I've been pretty healthy with my guys. Christian Watson is available. Do you think it would be a smart play to pick him up and hold him on until he's ready to come back on the field?"
No, I don't. If you have an open spot, try to take advantage of an injury away type running back on your team, because the impact that they have once they get the opportunity is going to be much more significant than Christian Watson on the Packers offense. Ollie Gordon, Rico Dowdle, Kendra Miller, trying to think, Blake Corum would be another guy. Rashard Smith, Isaiah Davis. I would rather have all those guys than Watson. Just because, not necessarily because they're better football players than Watson. You have to think of this in fantasy terms. If the guy ahead of those guys goes down, all of a sudden you're looking at a flex at a minimum, maybe a top 25 running back that week as well. And I just don't think Watson has that type of ceiling.
We got Jordan with the tight end question. TJ Hawkinson or Dalton Kincaid?
It's Kincaid, and Hawkinson, just for whatever reason, just cannot get proper usage, whether it's J.J. McCarthy, whether it's Carson Wentz. And we saw Kincaid last week. I think he only had the one target, but he turned that into a touchdown. And that was coming off a big Thursday night performance when he had like 6 or 7 catches, got in the end zone. Once should have gotten in the end zone twice in that game too. So I like Kincaid better than Hawkinson. Total on the Bills Patriots game, I don't have it in front of me, but I'm betting it's probably in the mid to high 40s right now. That's 49.5. So yeah, start Kincaid over Hawkinson.
And we got a running back question here. Woody Marks or Isaiah Pacheco?
It's Marks. Woody Marks really came on last week again. I'm not totally convinced that he is iced Nick Chubb, but certainly for a player who had the pass catching chops that he did out of USC, an older player as well, so he's not like sort of a traditional rookie. He's like 24 years old. The upside that you have with Woody Marks against this Baltimore Ravens defense, which again I alluded to it earlier, this is not your father's Ravens defense. They can be run on, and they can give up catches for the running back as well. So yeah, it's definitely Marks. Pacheco, I get it. I mean, he's still probably the best of a bad situation there with Kareem Hunt and Rashard Smith. They want to work him in more, and we'll see what happens there. But dude, Marks, with what he was able to do last week, you got to be excited about starting him as your second running back.
And we got one more here from Tony. I can't believe if we had this on our bingo card to begin the season, go cash in. Matthew Stafford tonight or Daniel Jones?
Yeah, this is I like both of them this week. I'm starting both of them this week in separate leagues. The concern I guess I have tonight, and I haven't looked at the point spread. I'll check it out right now. But that Rams-Niners game, the Rams are at home. They're an 8.5-point favorite against a Niners team that's not going to have Kittle, Juwan Jennings, Ricky Pearsall, or Brock Purdy. I wonder how much Matthew Stafford is going to be needed tonight, whereas Daniel Jones against the Raiders, that could be a knockdown, drag-it-out, slug-it-out type game where Daniel Jones needs to be making plays with his arm and his legs. So, yeah, I like Jones over Stafford this week against the Raiders at home. That's the way I would play it. But, again, go back to what I said originally. I do think they're both solid starts.
All right, before I let you go, first quarter of the Packer season is in the books, Eric. How would you grade it? How would you assess it? How do you like it going forward?
Yeah, give it a B because they were so dominant those first 2 games where they looked like the team to beat in the NFL. But it's a funny game played with a weird shaped ball, and crazy stuff happens from week to week. They dropped that game against Cleveland. They never should have lost that game, and they never should have tied Dallas either. That was the game they had to come away with. So I think 3-1 is probably where they should be sitting at right now. They're 2-1-1, so a B seems good right now. We'll see what happens and how this early bye affects them in the rest of the year.
Absolutely. Eric Balkman, good stuff as always, buddy. We appreciate the time. Thank you for answering our listeners' questions, man. Enjoy week 5 and looking forward to catching up with you next week, sir.
You got it, Dan. Have a great weekend.
You got it. There you go. Eric Balkman, Fantasy Football Players Championship, High Stakes Fantasy Football Hour, RotoViz, Better Network, The Score. He's got his show on this afternoon over in Appleton. Good stuff as always from Eric Balkman. Always love chatting with him. And thank you to all of you for sending in some fantasy football questions. Reminder, every Thursday, 9:05 through the rest of the season, we'll be chatting with Eric. Let's take a quick break, regroup it, talk some more baseball as we get sets closer and closer to our Brewers matchup. We'll throw a little more Packers chat in here too. Lots to get to yet in our final hour. We'll be back after these quick words. A big thanks again to Mr. Eric Balkman for answering our fantasy football questions. And a big thanks to Jake a little bit earlier, too, for answering our hunting and fishing questions. Always appreciate those two hopping on and helping out our listeners of the 715. Reminder, they're here with us every Thursday morning. So never be too nervous to send over a question. No such thing as a dumb question, as our teachers would say back in the day, right? Before we get back to some more baseball talk, kind of want to go back to what we were chatting about in the 6 a.m. hour, the first hour. A little Packers chat here. So there was a little bit of a nugget from Jeremy Fowler from ESPN yesterday. Noted that the Packers have kind of had some conversations, although it sounds like maybe it's just some casual conversations about potentially extending Romeo Doubs. So I'll admit, I figured as soon as a couple times actually, going back to the draft when they drafted Matthew Golden and then Savion Williams in the third round, it's kind of like, well, that probably signals the end of Christian Watson and Romeo Doubs in Green Bay. But then they extended Watson for a year, and I'm like, that's definitely got to be the end of Romeo Doubs. This is going to be his final year in Green Bay. There's no way he's coming back. They got too many guys, not enough money. And now you hear this, and it's like, okay. So how is it possible? Is it really a thing? I think, for one, I'm not totally surprised. I mean, I shouldn't say, yeah, I'm a little surprised that they're doing this because, I mean, it's a numbers game here too. But maybe we should just kind of look at our recent history over the last few years and how the Packers have kind of gone about their wide receiver position. And I mean, they've always, the Ted Thompson era was all about depth at the wide receiver position. It was always next man up, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And that was kind of the one, I think, area, especially at the beginning of his tenure as general manager, that Goody failed in, was always having that next man up, having depth at wide receiver. So I don't know if they're kind of looking at this and like wanting to make sure they always have depth and stacking that up. But at the same time, I feel like Green Bay is doing this to maybe try to get a bargain. There's no question there is an obvious connection between Romeo Doubs and Jordan Love. On the field, off the field. Romeo Doubs is the safety net for Jordan Love, is the go-to guy when they need a play. He is fantastic. He is fantastic when catching the ball with his hand. You're in youth football, your younger coaches like catch the football with your hands. He's got some of the strongest hands, I think, in the entire league. He has made some really tough contested catches. He is a very good wide receiver. The numbers may not always show it. He doesn't have 1,000 yards, but he is a very good wide receiver. I know there's going to be a debate whether he is a number one receiver. Like, is he a number one receiver of a Jamar Chase or a Justin Jefferson? No, he's not. But is he the number one receiver on the Packers right now? Yes, he is. So with this extension thing or new contract, I think it's Green Bay looking to see if they could get a little bit of a bargain. And it's a page out of the Ted Thompson playbook. Because you look no further than a couple of receivers that they did this with before. They did it with Jordy Nelson. I think it was it 2011? 2010. Might have been 2010. I can't. I just remember it was in October when they locked up Jordy Nelson. But the more recent one was Davante Adams. So right before Ted Thompson, it was his final year, general manager, and I think it was like leading into the final game against the Lions. Remember they locked up Davante Adams, and then we got to the offseason and we saw the price tag for receivers, and we were kind of having a little fun with it. But it's like, hey, Ted Thompson's final gift to the Packers was signing Davante Adams to an extension, and it was cheap compared to what some of those receivers were getting on the open market. And I feel like if Romeo Doubs were to hit the open market, he's probably going to get a bigger deal than what Green Bay is willing to give him. So this is just me. But I feel like part of it is Green Bay's maybe trying to see if they can get a bargain, lock up Romeo for a few years. But, if they get that done now and then we get to the offseason and you see that number and it's like, man, he could have made more in the open market. But if you're Romeo Doubs now, do you want to cash in right now, have that security? He has had a couple of concussions last year. Does he want the security and knowing that, all right, I've got a nice payday, I'm covered in case something happens? Or does he want to bet on himself and maybe hit that open market where he could potentially get more money and maybe go to a team where he's going to be viewed more as a legit number one? So that's going to be kind of interesting to follow. I wouldn't be opposed if Romeo Doubs came back. I don't quite know how it would all work out financially with salary cap, because we already know salary cap is going to be very tough for Green Bay next year. And I feel like there's got to be an odd man out. At some point, there's going to be an odd man out. And maybe it's Christian Watson after his 1-year extension. Maybe they view this like, okay, if we could get Watson, we got that for the 1 year. We'll get Doubs here for a few years, kind of make it a little bit less in the first few years and such. So we'll let Watson go after a year. I mean, that's really getting into the weeds, I think, and really trying to forecast it out there. Or maybe maybe Green Bay's thinking, hey, we could structure it to we can move on after a year, not take a big cap hit. I think that's overthinking it a little bit. But if there is an odd man out, it ain't Matthew Golden. It ain't going to be Savion Williams right away. Then you're kind of looking at it, Jaden Reed or Dontavian Wicks. I think it might be trending towards Wicks. But who knows? Maybe they still view it like where they want to have that depth, where it's going to be, okay, we're going to have Watson, we're going to have Doubs, we're going to have Golden, we're going to have Reed, we're going to have Savion, and we're going to have Dontavian Wicks. You're 6 right there. And we're back to 2011, where you had Driver, Nelson, Jennings, Jones, Randall Cobb, that group. You throw in a little Jermichael. We got a little Tucker Kraft right now. I mean, weapons galore. But kind of interesting. It's a little interesting. Very interesting, I would say. But I'm not totally surprised, because I think a lot of it is maybe they're kind of pursuing this to see if they can get a little bit of what they would perceive as a potential bargain. And if they're serious about it, then it's going to have to be up to Romeo Doubs if he wants to pursue this, like if he wants the security right now, or do you want to bet on yourself and potentially make more money in the open market? That's, I guess it remains to be seen here. So, all right, let's take a quick break, and then we're going to switch gears back to some baseball talk. Give me your reasons why you think the Brewers will win the World Series or get to the World Series, and your reasons why they won't get to the World Series or won't win the World Series. I've got 3 for each, but I want to hear yours. I want to see yours. What are some of your reasons why they will or won't make the World Series or win the World Series or win it or get there? All right. You can text those on over, or you can hit us up on the video streams. We'll take a quick break and get to a little baseball talk coming up after these quick words. 3 more games to wrap up this wild card round for the Major League Baseball playoffs. First up will be Detroit versus Cleveland this afternoon. Then it's San Diego taking on the Cubbies of Chicago. And then we've got Yankees, Red Sox for the nightcap. 2 games impact the Brewers. Obviously, the Padres and the Cubs one, because the winner will take on the Brewers. And then the Yankees and Red Sox, the winner of that one will determine what time the Brewers play on Saturday. So as we inch a little closer and closer to the Brewers officially starting their postseason run here on Saturday, whether it's 1:08 or 8:08 p.m., what are the reasons why that you think, excuse me, see, I'm starting to lose the voice again. What are getting really high, right? What are the reasons why you think the Brewers will win the World Series? And what are the reasons why you don't think they will win the postseason? All right. I've got mine, but I'm kind of curious to see if we've got some of the same ones here. And we kind of hit this up few hours ago at the beginning portion of the program and such, but just to kind of revisit it here, my 3 reasons why they won't get to the World Series, and one of them is what everybody has been saying about the Brewers as their biggest weakness. They don't hit a lot of home runs. Okay, they don't hit a lot of home runs like the Dodgers, the Yankees. They don't have a guy like a Kyle Schwarber like the Phillies do, where, over 50 home runs. Yelich leads the team with 29, okay? Yes, they don't hit a lot of home runs. And if that is, in fact, a big part, and I know the numbers show it and showcase that, but if that is a huge reason or a big key for a team to advance deep into the postseason and win a World Series, well, that's going to be tough then for the Brewers because they haven't been able to do that at a consistent rate throughout this season. So you got to put that on there. I've got starting pitching on here just because if Brandon Woodruff was healthy and available, I would feel a lot better. Freddie's been there. We know what to expect from him. He doesn't go deep into games, but he has been electric this year. Quintana's been there. He's a veteran. I get that. Quinn Priester has been really good this year, but playoffs are a different season, different animal, and we don't know what to expect from him. So I'm just a little bit nervous about starting pitching, and I put it on there. If Brandon Woodruff was available and ready to go, this won't even be on here. I'd be feeling uber confident, so confident in it. But I'm just a little bit nervous. So I'm going to put that one on there. And then tough matchups. I mean, whether it's the Padres or the Cubs, it's going to present an incredibly tough challenge for the Brewers to get by one of those teams. And then waiting for them in the championship series will either be the Dodgers or the Phillies. You look at the Padres and the Cubs. Obviously, the Cubs and Brewers are incredibly familiar with each other. We just saw Brewers and Padres at the end of the regular season. Both those Brewers lost the series to both of those teams in the regular season. They won their series against the Phillies and the Dodgers. But anybody kind of using, that metric, well, we swept the Dodgers and we beat the Phillies in the regular season series, so we're going to beat them in the playoffs. Don't use that as your only metric or your only gauge. It's going to be tough. It is going to be incredibly tough. And it is a tough road in the National League. If the Brewers get to the World Series, they will absolutely have earned it because of the quality of teams they're going to be going up against. Some really good teams, really good matchups. I mean, that right now on the surface, that Phillies and Dodgers series looks incredible. And I think if you're the team that's going to be coming out of, we hope it's the Brewers or anything, you're kind of hoping maybe that one does go 7 and maybe you don't have to go 7, but that one just kind of wears and grinds it out. And, by the time that team gets to the championship series, they're so beaten up and worn out that maybe you could kind of knock them down and get them out of the series and take advantage of that. But that's a little bit further down the road here. My reasons for why they will get to the World Series, okay, they don't hit a lot of home runs, but you know what? They score runs. they score runs, and they score a lot of runs. Okay? So even though they don't hit home runs, they do score a lot of runs. They just don't score runs the way a lot of people think baseball teams should score runs. And I feel like there's this theme or narrative that gets presented out there that if a team doesn't hit a lot of home runs, they must not score a lot of runs. And that's false. False. Not even. I mean, let me just kind of bring up some of these excuse me, some of these numbers here for what the Brewers have done throughout the entire postseason. There's only 3 teams, or not postseason, regular season. There's only 3 teams in the entire majors that have scored over 800 runs. 3 teams, and the Brewers are one of them. Okay? You're talking about, let me finally coming up here. So it's the Yankees, Dodgers, Brewers. Yankees have scored 849, Dodgers 825, Brewers 806. If you are still a believer in the batting average metric, Brewers have the 3rd best batting average in all of the majors. Toronto's 265, Philly's 258, actually tied for second, and the Brewers are 258. Their on-base percentage, 2nd best. Toronto's at a 333, Brewers 332. They get on base. They score runs. They just don't do it by the home run ball. Because if you look at slugging percentage, well, Brewers drop down to 12th. So if you are looking at OPS, which is kind of where everything's going at right now, OPS is for the Brewers, they're at 11. And you're like, oh, but they're not even top 10, not top 5. Well, it's OPS is on base plus slugging. So they've got a great on base. The slugging is what brings them down a little bit. So they still score runs. It's just they do it differently and maybe not the way some people feel like you have to. It's the way. I feel like some people feel like the only way to score runs now is by the home run ball. I feel like that's kind of a narrative being floated out there, and it's completely wrong. Defense. That's another reason why they'll win or get to the World Series. I mean, you look across the board. Turang, Ortiz, Frelick. Isaac Collins was even getting mentioned as possibility for a Gold Glove in left field. Perkins. Jackson Chourio has even played some really good defense. Contreras. Okay? They got defense across the board. Run prevention units. I like that term. They can limit teams, and especially when you factor in some of their pitching, they can limit teams in their run production. Just kind of looking at some of the regular season, because we can only base it off of, regular season such. ERA, 2nd best in all Major League Baseball. Brewers, 3.58. Let's go. Let me narrow this one down here. Earned runs, 2nd best. Brewers. In terms of giving up the home run, Brewers are 5th best. Their pitchers are 5th best at limiting home runs. They've surrendered 168 home runs. Giants gave up the fewest at 143, Mets 149, Pirates 153, and then Boston 164. Opponent's batting average, Brewers 3rd best. Pitching is all a part of the defensive argument here. And then finally, leading into it, it's the bullpen. Bullpen's healthy. They got Trevor McGill back. You got Uribe in there. You got Nick Mears, who they've used at some high stakes moments, tough situations. Aaron Ashby, same thing. DL Hall's back. You've got guys at bullpen that can help out the starters and alleviate maybe a little bit of the concern. And I might just be a little too worried about starting pitching just because it's an unknown factor with Quinn Priester. I get that. Like, that's why I said if Brandon Woodruff was there, I'd feel probably better. It's just like that comfortable, cozy blanket. Brandon Woodruff's kind of like that. But with the bullpen that they got and the uniqueness that they have with their bullpen arms of guys who can give you multiple innings, like a DL Hall, like an Aaron Ashby, Jacob Mizorowski, although to me, the bullpen, that's probably the biggest question mark or the biggest wild card is Jacob Mizorowski in there. But you got guys that can give you length. And then you got your shutdown guys, like a Nick Mears, like a Uribe, like a McGill. I honestly feel like if the Brewers have the lead and they hand it off to their bullpen, we got it. Knock on wood, I don't want to jinx it. But I like the bullpen heading into the postseason. I mean, every team's going to have reasons why they will win, why they won't lose, or why they will win and why they will lose the World Series. Every team's going to have those question marks, and every team's going to have those strengths going into it. And this is just kind of where I'm at right now. I think one overreaction, and this might be a good question tomorrow, especially when we got Brandon on. What do you think is the biggest overreaction, or the biggest overreaction, biggest narrative that's getting overreacted surrounding the Brewers going into the postseason? Do you think that the home run argument is a bit of an overreaction when it comes to the Brewers? Do you think people are making a bigger deal out of that than what should be? Think about that for a little bit. I might bring that up. Remind me to bring that up tomorrow, okay? Those of you tune in, remind me to bring that up tomorrow. All right, we got to take our final break, and then we'll make our picks for football tonight, and then the final wild card games in baseball. Take that final break, and we'll be back in just a couple minutes. All right, just about 5 minutes to the top of the hour here. Should we jump right into it? I'm going to lead off with some NFL. We'll do our NFL picks first. So we've got Rams, 49ers. If you're listening to Eric Balkman a little bit earlier, 49ers are banged up in this one. Brock Purdy's not going to be playing again. Rams are favored by 8.5 in this one. I got to go with the Rams. Going to go with the Rams to go to 4-1 on the season. So baseball. All right. Gotta love an elimination game. The intense, the nerves, everything that surrounds it. Come on now. How do you not get excited for this? Detroit at Cleveland. Jack Flaherty's on the mound. You got Slade going for Cleveland. Man, these are tough. I'm going to go Detroit. I'll go Detroit, getting it done and moving on. Jack's not been great this year, but I'm going to say Detroit gets it done and moves on. Padres, Cubs. You know what? I'm going to save that one because I'm still going back and forth. Then you got Boston and the Yankees. I mean, if you're Toronto right now, you're like, all right, go through your pitchers, go through your starters. Let's, let's get ready for, let's go to extra innings, use it all up. We'll wait. I'm going to go Yankees in this one. Cam's on the mound for them. I'm going to go Yankees. So, although I want the Red Sox to win, so the Brewers would play the 808 game. Padres, Cubs. You Darvish, Jameson. This is tough, man. I think I'm gonna go Cubs. I give the slight advantage to the starting pitcher with Jameson on the mound for the Cubbies. Yeah. I know it sounds like I want the Padres to win, and honestly, regardless of who wins and who the Brewers end up playing, it's going to be a tough matchup. It's going to be a tough matchup. I just want to see. I guess I want the Padres just because I don't want Cubs fans infiltrating American Family Field. And that may be a little bit more of a shot at Brewers fans for allowing that to happen. You could take it that way for sure. But there's definitely going to be more Cubs fans at American Family Field than there are going to be for Padres fans. And then you got the whole nerves of Craig Counsell and all the storylines, and my stomach will just be tied up in knots. And just like, I just don't want to lose a series. I don't want to lose a series to the Cubs. I don't want to lose a series. So, yeah, I kind of want the Padres to win. But I think I'm going to go with the Cubs. So, trying to look up, did Jameson play the Padres at all this year? He did. And he lost 10-4, but that was in April. A little while ago. So, yeah, he lost 10-4 to them. Only went 5 1/3. Only 2 earned runs. He only gave up 2 earned runs in that game. So, yeah, didn't give up all 10 there. So, all right, tomorrow should be a good one. Don't forget, wear your Brewers gear. Send us some selfies. Send us your videos of saying go Brewers so we can get this like a statewide 715 little virtual pep rally tailgate party, okay? So send those on over. Tell your teachers, friends to get their classrooms to do it. Let's show the Brewers and Brewers Nation that we represent well here in the 715. This is my crew here in the 715. So make it a Brewers Day tomorrow. Okay. Brandon will be joining us. You better be wearing some Brewer stuff tomorrow. So have a good rest of your Thursday. Back at it, same place, same time, tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. We'll see you then.